Unfortunately, no.
Is the deputy ambassador in?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. So he's the deputy ambassador.
Ah, okay. Nice to meet you. Okay, so trying to understand.
Morning, Giacomo.
So that's let's to people here. I think we can start. Right?
Yeah, he's ready. He's
Yeah,
ready.
the Italians will connect at the
Oh. Good morning. Morning. So I would recommend that first we fill in the seats that are up here. So if the people at the back, especially in that row there, can move in front, it would be good. Please, if that is possible, I would wish them to move up front there. Thank you. So welcome to this event. And my hope is that it's not so cold. Even if it is, there is a swimming pool at the back. I think we will go immediately to a program and we'll start with a word of prayer. So I would want to invite Mercy.
Good morning, everyone. Trust and believe, and we pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we humble before your presence this wonderful morning. We want to thank you for this day that you have made, that we may rejoice and be glad in it, oh God. We want to thank you for the final event today. We pray, Father, that you be together with us, oh God. Thank you for the workshop that we've had and for the success, for the skills and knowledge that we have gotten. Today, as we are having our final day, oh God, we pray that you be together with us, oh God. Thank you for everyone who is here. We pray, God, that you, in every activity that we shall be doing, and this you may, and we may, amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Distinguished guests, ladies and Chancellor Kenyatta University, Vice Chancellor, the Ministry Representative, Dr. Hungur, the the ambassador to the Italian embassy. Welcome. We are very happy here today on this event. We would want to Dr. Obiero to introduce the team from JCOT. Obiero.
Thank you, MC. All protocols observed. Is to introduce the team from with let me start from yet to come. Okay, this is the team from JQuat who are co-hosting this department, and in that team we have a team who are running the ITACA program from the university. It's now my pleasure to invite the chairman department meeting, which is hosting this program in the other heads of department. Welcome, Dr.
All protocols observed. Good morning. So my name is Dr. Petronila Modoni. I'm the COD Department of Introduce the heads of departments, the directors who are here. So please, if they may stand up. And I'll kindly I'll ask them to mention the department they represent and their name.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Waititu, the Dean School of Maths and Physical Sciences.
Good morning. I'm Geoffrey Wawero, COD, Department of Land Resource Planning and Management. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ngugi, Head of Finance.
Good morning. I'm ITACA, COD.
Waititu and introduce the VC, representative of the VC. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Good morning once more. Yeah, without taking much time, I want to take this opportunity to welcome my boss, Professor Beria, who is also representing the VC. Welcome, Madam.
Yes, can I talk from here? All right. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I am Professor Helen Beria, representing the Vice Chancellor, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And I am the principal, JKUAT Karen Campus. And on her behalf and the behalf of the university, I also want to welcome you also here and appreciate the fact that we are partners in this project. With me is my fellow vice chancellors from various universities, and wish to welcome them to introduce themselves and say just one word. Is it one word or one statement? And I'll start with Professor Odhiambo, who is also my colleague in the university, but now a vice chancellor in Mary University, where I come from.
Good morning. Buonasera. I've tried to greet in Italian. So my name is Professor Odhiambo, the Vice Chancellor of Mary University of Science and Technology at the top of the mountain, where elephants come and give birth. That's where the maternity is. I'm very happy to be here. Of course, I'm a professor of JKUAT the last 35 years. I'm very happy to see you, my boss. And Waititu, everybody, I think I've aged. I should step aside because you all have my signature. But I'm happy that I'm invited to participate in this project to see how you guys are, ITACA is going out and the new projects are coming in. Why I left at 4 a.m. to come here is that I want Mary University of Science and Technology to be part and parcel of the new project that will come. Last year, I have an international conference and the chief guest was the Italian ambassador to Kenya. I hope you all remember. So I'm trying to be very close, and after this, I think we are going to be even more closer. So long as JKUAT accepts, and remember, I'm your professor. God bless you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, Professor Shitanda. This JKUAT, by the way, our professor.
All protocol observed. Good morning, everybody. This is Professor Douglas Shitanda, the Vice Chancellor of a university, not from the mountain, but now from very arid and very dry area called Southeastern Kenya University. It's a long name, so we shorten and say SEKU. Anybody who has heard about SEKU? Oh yeah, we have a few people. But my grandmother is Jomo Kenyatta University. So I'm happy that Jomo Kenyatta University is doing something with the Italian government. I said I must also come so that I have a link, because I was one of the most shrewd researchers at Jomo Kenyatta before I left. And I'm happy to see that Jomo Kenyatta is continuing with the research and collaboration. And I said I must come and support. Not only that, but also create some link. So I hope today, I've already dished a few of my cards. So I hope to look forward for some kind of collaboration and even working together and if possible, overtake the Quad. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
How can you overtake your grandmother? And yes, we have also another representative of University, Nazarene University, Professor Simon. Let me get the name. Yeah, Professor Simon Obwatha. Yes. Are you also our?
I am here to also try to strategize so we can overtake JKU at. Good morning. I am Professor Simon Obwatho, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic and Student Affairs at African Nazarene University. And we are very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here and to represent my Vice Chancellor, Professor Collis McGee. And I would like to also mention that looking at the theme of our engagement this morning, I saw something that excites me, and that thing that I saw connects to our strategic dispensation as African Nazarene University. African Nazarene University has three very important overarching objectives in our strategic dispensation, the current one, and we have number one, academic excellence. The second one, we have digital transformation. And the third one, which is very, very important, impacting our people, our community, and beyond. Talking about impact, you can see the theme of our engagement this morning has the word very boldly printed, impact. So I want to believe that this is going to be a very fruitful engagement where we will network and connect at a deeper level, and may we have a fruitful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. I can see the project has got a lot of interest from our universities. We will all work together. So we have Professor Friend Amimo, a representative of Kaimos Friends University. Please, we take the least time possible. We have a representative from Kisii University and another representative from Open University of Kenya. Briefly, I can see time is not on our side.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Professor Fred Amimo from Kaimosi Friends University. It's a new university, about 3 years old, but it's growing very fast. Notice the middle name is Friends. We would like to be friends with everybody, beginning with JKUAT, learn what they're doing. And our Italian colleagues, you're welcome to Kenya. I see many people that I know here. I'm representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Peter Mwita. Prof, you know Peter Mwita, you're a student. And I from JKUAT also. So there's that relationship going on. And he said, you must go and catch that spirit. And I'm here to represent him. Thank you.
Yeah. This is Kisii University. All right.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Yaro from Kisii University. We all come from Jomo Kenyatta. If you want to know, this is Jomo Kenyatta. So I'm here representing the Vice Chancellor of Kisii University, Professor Nathan Ogech. Thank you. He sent me and they told me if there is a possibility of us also getting something small or contacts, it is necessary. Thank you. Professor Otiambo, who is the Vice Chancellor, I think now, Professor, you leave us to run.
Okay, we have another representative from the Rakanidi University. And then lastly, Laikipia University representative, say hi very briefly.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Alex Mudengi. I'm from Tharaka University. I'm the Director of Research, Extension, and Publication. I'm representing Professor Peter K. Muriongi, who is the Vice Chancellor. So what I can say is that the VC is very passionate about internationalization in terms of collaboration and making the university education international. We are very happy that even last year, we were able to win a grant about internationalization with a consortium of universities. So the Tharaka University is young, but we are trying our best. So we look forward to fruitful engagement. And what I can say last is that last year I was fortunate to visit Italy for a conference on biochemistry and traditional medicine. So I was very happy to visit there. And we are looking forward to create a center for traditional medicine in Tharaka University. Thank you so much.
Laikipia University representative. This is the last one. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I am Professor John Kajogu, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Student Affairs, Laikipia University, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Rotich. So this is a wonderful day for me and for us as a university. And the Vice Chancellor really told me to pass his greetings to you people. As a university, we have that passion for research, innovation, and collaboration. Thank you very much. And we are ready to go with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe very briefly, I can talk about JQuat and the partnership with ITACA project. So JQuat signed a cooperation agreement with 4 Italian universities, University of Catholic of Milan, University of Turin, University of Urbino, and University of Polytechnic del Marche on 27th July 2025. The cooperation paved a way for students and staff exchange between JQuat and the Italian institutions. This project, the ITACA project, is funded by the European Union to promote internationalization with Italian academia in Africa through a robust and effective plan built on the pillars of international mobility, inter-university cooperation, capacity building, and joint programs. The project is, of course, implemented by those 4 Italian universities, and JQuat, which is the only university that is participating in Kenya. There are other African universities, but we are proud and happy to be the only university in Kenya. But today we have seen the interest the project has created among our sister brother universities. The project activities are project administration handled by the Italian universities, mobility of students at degree, bachelor's, master's, and PhD, and capacity building for lecturers and administrative staff. I want to mention here that I was one of the lecturers who benefited from this project under the orange economy, the creative industry. So I was able to spend 24 days in Italy, Milan, and interact with the University of Catholic of Milan, where we will be discussing this morning how we benefited and various ways of improving the program. In the year 2025-2026, over 45 JQuat students and staff benefited from the ITACA exchange program and traveled for the exchange activities in the 4 Italian universities. So we can say that JQuat has the largest number of participants in the exchange program, and I sincerely want to thank the Italian partner for this opportunity accorded to our staff and students. Because of this exemplary support, our university has been selected for an upcoming project for students and staff mobility called the Atlantis, which shall involve the 4 Italian universities in Italy and 1 university in France and a number of African universities. There are a number of workshops that have taken place in our university, which have been conducted by the University of Catholic of Milan, JQuat, and E for Impact Foundation. 3 of them have already taken place, and we have an upcoming one next week, which apparently will be happening at JQuat Karen campus. Therefore, we are expressing our gratitude and happiness for having been partners in this big project on internationalizing Italian academia with Africa. Indeed, this is one of the key pillars and mandates of our university. In our blueprint, we have internationalization, and we are working towards that, and we are happy to be part of this project. For the other universities, you can only work harder to be part of us, and with this interest, and also noting that you are actually, Jomo Kenyatta has produced very many vice chancellors. Can you see there is something unique about Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology? And since they are our brothers and sisters, why not work also with them? They can also be considered. Now, I will now take this great moment to welcome the representative of the Ministry of Education to talk about the ministry and the project. And this is Secretary Higher Education and representing the PS, Dr. Caro Hunja, who has always been with us and supported our university. Thank you, Dr.
Yes, allow me in a very special way to recognize our guests from Italy, recognize the vice chancellors who are present here, to recognize distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm truly honored to be a part of this event today. On behalf of our Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Inyangala, she would have been here today, but she's currently out of the country. But she told me I have to come and represent us as a State Department because this collaboration and project lies in the State Department for Higher Education. Before I give my remarks, I would like to indicate that we got communication about this event on Wednesday this week. And I think it's Giacomo who called me, Professor, and he told me about this event, and I got very, very excited. I told him I will very quickly write to all our vice chancellors as partners so that they can also come and be a part of this closing event of ITACA, Internationalizing Italian Academy with Africa, which I clearly outlined in the letter that I sent out to the universities. And I'm truly grateful that I've seen vice chancellors who very quickly managed in a day to organize themselves and come here. And I'm telling you, they've come from very far. The vice chancellor sitting, the representative of vice chancellor from Kisii. Kisii is very far away. Meru, you hear he woke up at 4 a.m. Now, I want to make a special mention to these vice chancellors. I tend to have a connection with each of them. Seku is where I was incubated. I I worked there for 10 years before I joined the State Department for Higher Education. And so actually I'm still a senior lecturer at Southeastern Kenya University. That is my home. I would also like to indicate that Professor Amimo, who came here representing Friends University, he's been a lecturer of biology. And so all the biology that I have in me, I drew from him. He was my lecturer at University of East Africa, Baraton, where I did my first degree. And so you can see we have a great, great connection with each of these universities. And by coming here, they are clearly indicating that they are happy to collaborate, to cooperate as we continue with this particular theme and mandate of internationalizing our academia. Internationalization happens to actually be a key strategic objective for the Commission for University Education, Commission for University Education, which is involved in quality, ensuring the enhancement of quality standards in our university, and it happens to be a major key strategic objective. And so when I see universities taking the initiative and engaging with our international partners in this kind of projects, it's highly commendable, because our greatest complaint, mine actually, personally, has been I have managed to get out of the country and to get an education out of this country, but the people from the University of Edinburgh, where I got my PhD from, very few of them have come to Kenya, to our universities, to study in the same way. And so that has been a deep, deep feeling in my heart. And I know we can only do that if we enhance the quality of our universities, we enhance the quality of the programs we offer, and we partner and collaborate in this kind of partnerships. And so I'm hoping, I want to know how many students from Italian universities came to Kenya for this project in exchange program. How many roughly? 10. It's a start. It's better than 0. It's a start. We hope to hear that more and more students are coming to our universities so that they can also gain. It is such a beautiful experience when you happen to study in an environment that is outside of your country. The cultural exchange, it even transforms you as a person. And so that is why we are constantly urging our partners, even as we carry out these student exchanges, let not the exchanges be one way. Let them be both ways so that we can both gain. And that is what will add value to this aspect of internationalization. I would like to make very, very few remarks on the kind of relationship we've had with Kenya and Italy. I would like to mention that one of my officers, name is Miss Eunice Wakofula, is the one who's in charge of cooperation with Italy, and she's the one who has been carrying out a lot of work with Italy. And so she would have loved to be with you here today, but unfortunately there was another graduation ceremony happening somewhere, and so she could not make it. But even so, we're truly, truly grateful for the kind of interaction and the kind of relationship we've managed to nurture with Italy over time. Indeed, Kenya and the Italian Republic enjoy a robust and multidimensional partnership anchored in decades of cooperation in cultural, scientific, and technological development. The cooperation that exists between Kenya and the Italian Republic lay on a foundation of shared values and principles aimed at fostering sustained growth and shared prosperity. We have had some MOUs signed between Kenya and Italy. In 2006, the Republic of Kenya and the Italian Republic signed an MOU on cultural, scientific, and technological cooperation that is still in use today and is still valid. And this MOU encourages the development of cooperation between the two countries' respective academic institutions through intensified inter-university agreements, exchange of university teaching staff and researchers, and the engagement in joint research projects of common interests. It is noteworthy that on the 9th of February 2026, an MOU on higher education training and research between the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Kenya and the Ministry of University and Research of the Italian Republic was signed. And the ambassador has clearly indicated to me that it was very exciting negotiating this MOU and ensuring that finally it was signed, coming to its fruition. The areas of cooperation, especially to our VCs here, need to know that this MOU includes agri-tech and food science, climate change management and renewable energies, high-performance computing and AI applications, digital higher education and skills transfer, areas of marine sciences, medical sciences, biology, yay, my area, engineering, sciences and technology, and humanities and social sciences. The cooperation between the parties under this MOU includes the following activities, of course, but is not limited to only this: to encourage cooperation between research institutions and exchanging information and views on scientific and technological policy issues, encouraging the direct contact between institutions of higher education. And so through this MOU, our institutions of higher learning can now directly engage, anchored under this relationship. Encouraging the two-way mobility of researchers and scientists, and hopefully we can add students too. Promoting direct collaboration amongst universities and research institutions of the two countries. Implementing and conducting joint projects amongst universities, research institutions, and enterprises in the field of higher education, research, innovation, and technological transfer. And finally, promoting participation in regional and international conferences, symposia, workshops, and other events that are related to scientific research. When it comes to collaborating with universities, Italy has continuously supported Kenya's development agenda, especially in education, research, and universities. We note that two Italian universities, University of Trieste and University of Parma, are already collaborating with Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology in STEM and other related fields. Jomo Kenyatta University is also mentioned here, and it has also hosted a delegation from Turin University previously from Italy. In terms of scholarships, Italy offers scholarships to Kenyan students through the Italian Institute of Culture in Nairobi, and this is also to promote the cooperation that is ongoing. And so we would like to indicate that our cooperation, Kenya-Italy cooperation, continues to grow with a strong emphasis on sustainable development. Economic partnership remains an important anchor in supporting Kenya's national development priorities while fostering mutual benefits for both countries. And we do indeed hope that we can continue collaborating. I would like to end by acknowledging that even as we are closing up the ITACA project, there is a new project which I've been told is now being launched, and it is being called the Atlantis Project. And this project, I alluded to it to the Vice Chancellors, advancing learning and academic networks for transformation, innovation, and sustainability. That is what Atlantis stands for. And in this particular program, they plan to develop several professional courses in postgraduate studies, research opportunities, and mostly important, and that is why most of the VCs are here, creation of networks. Very, very important, such as even in organizing interdisciplinary conferences for knowledge exchange. Truly, truly grateful as a State Department for Higher Education, as a Ministry of Education. We look forward to continuing engaging with the Italian government in this kind of projects. Keep it up, and to all of you, continue collaborating, and all the best in all that you do. Thank you very much.
So much. I think we need a better crap because thank you so much, Madam Secretary. It was very encouraging also to see the Vice Chancellors standing up and to the call that you made. And I think that is very encouraging. And to our Italian partners, you can see that the universities are ready to work even in the next project, not just the one that is coming. I would want to say that in this project, we had other partners. And I would want to take this opportunity to also introduce those partners before I give the Italian delegation time. So to start with, we had E for Impact, and David is here. So maybe David can stand up and then introduce the team from E for Impact. Industry is very important.
Good morning, everyone. So just keeping on all the protocols, our CEO will actually be speaking shortly. So you will get to know about E for Impact and the work that we do. My name is David Cheboriota. I'm actually the director for E for Impact for East and Southern Africa. I'm here with my colleagues, a few of them. You can just wave. So there's Lynette, Sarah, Naomi, Chiara, Pietro, and Andrea. And everyone else who feels that they identify with E for Impact, you can also wave. We have, and Charles is here too. So very good. Thank you so much. And for sure, this was a great project. I think you'll be hearing much more about it as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We also have another partner that is ecotourism. Yes. Please. These are partners who are involved in this project, and industry is very important for us.
All protocol observed and everybody else present in the meeting, good morning. My name is Charity Beren from Ecotourism Kenya. I'm here with Sheila. She'll be talking later. And we are grateful to be taking part in the execution of this project. We'll be talking more about ecotourism later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also want to introduce the Greener Cities. Greener Cities. Yep, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here. I'm so happy to see my principal here. I'm a student from JKUAT current campus. Thank you. Also, for my Italian friends, thank you so much for inviting us here. This project has been very helpful to the riverine communities through the project that is happening, the Nairobi Rivers Commission, rehabilitation of the 3 rivers in Nairobi, that is Mathare, Nairobi, and Ngong. I also have my team here, So kindly the coordinators from Nairobi Rivers Commission, maybe raise up and your hands. We have Humphrey, Florence. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm also told, Madam Secretary, that we also have a representative from the Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Trade. Yeah. We actually did the project on skies from JQuat with the Syria team. So
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Cecilia Mwangi, the Innovation Ecosystem Expert at JQuat alumni. He taught me. Yes, Westlands campus and my MBA at the current campus. So I associate with JQuat. So I'm a proud alumni. I was a representative, or I can say representing in absentia the State Department for Industry, Professor Juma Mukwana. We had a program running with E4 Impact, that's strengthening Kenya's innovation ecosystem, where we trained about 535 students on emerging technology, AI, computer science, cybersecurity, software engineering, and JQuat was a proud partner and they delivered an amazing job. And we linked students to industry through the partners who are here today. So thank you very much for inviting us to this event. And we are, or rather, I am an enthusiast of industry academia, and we're definitely looking forward to see how we can extend this collaboration with the State Department for Industry. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you so much, Cecilia, for that. And thank you for the work that the industry is doing working with academia. Of course, that is something that we no longer now need to talk about. It's something that we need to do. And therefore, I'm very excited that even the VCs are receiving that message, that there is need for us to welcome the industry with both hands, work with them. And that's why this event matters in that case. So at this point, I would want to welcome Prof. To introduce the Italian delegation and also introduce to us the embassy representative. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thanks, everyone, for being here. It is a real pleasure and honor. So distinguished guest speakers and presenters. So I'm very happy that the Minister of Education is here and he granted us this visit, even if in a short time, and all the Vice Chancellor present in the room. I will be very happy to introduce Marco Scoppa, our Deputy Ambassador of Italy in Kenya. But let me just say that it's really an honor for the collaboration with the embassy and also the Cooperation and Development Office, ICE, which is a long-time collaboration by our university. I will tell something more later. But really for us, of course, the embassy is a piece of Italy in Kenya, but it is more, of course, because ITACA also want to be an ecosystem. So by forging an ecosystem requires, of course, a strong connection with institutions. And for us, the institution, of course, start from the embassy and the Italian cooperation and all the actors, Italian actors, of course, working in the field in Kenya. So I welcome Marco Scoppa, and thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Vice Chancellors, Ministry of Education, all protocols observed. It's really an honor to be here, and it's a pleasure. And as David knows very well, E4 Impact, we have a long-standing relationship. I usually don't prepare speeches, we just kind of go on. But on this occasion, I did prepare one. But as you were speaking, I started getting ideas and I started writing them down. And I'm not sure I can read it anymore. It's a little bit confused. But let me start by saying it was a great fun to negotiate that agreement. It's going to be, I believe, one of the pillars of our cooperation in the field of higher education, research, technological innovation in general. And I think we're already seeing some of the first fruits of that. So thank you for mentioning it. But anyways, let me, actually, also, you said a lot of things I was going to say. So all the Institute of Culture, scholarships, it's true. I think we have around 30 a year just through the Institute of Culture, and there are many more through the universities. And that's why the agreement was important also, because its idea is to bring together all of these single initiatives and give it a framework so that we can have a more organic collaboration, more structured. Of course, welcoming the individual collaborations between universities, which are the core of it, because as diplomats, diplomacy can give a framework, but then the content has to be given by you, by the universities, by the ministries of education in Italy and in Kenya. So it's a pleasure to be here on the final event of ITACA. It's an important project, and we are actually preparing the official visit of His Excellency, the President of Kenya, William Ruto, to Rome. He's going to be leaving, I think, on the 20th, so it's really soon. There will be something on education and research as well during that visit. But I thought it was important to come anyways because of the importance of this initiative. Research and higher educations are not just sectors of cooperation; they are among the most strategic ones we have, and among the most strategic sectors of cooperation that Italy follows in its international engagements. Here in Kenya, we also we have a scientific attaché at the embassy who follows specifically all of these aspects. So it's a commitment to our institutional presence here that we give to Kenya and through our institutional presence at the embassy. Through research and cooperation and higher education, cooperation in higher education, we foster exchange of knowledge, we nurture innovation, we build people-to-people relationships and long-term partnerships between institutions, society. And these connections are essential not just for academic growth, so for progress, no, but also for addressing the complex global challenges we all face in Italy, in Kenya, in Africa, and in Europe. So this is where scientific diplomacy comes into play. It's a key tool. It's complementary to our political, to our economic and commercial diplomacy. And it helps us promote strategic partnerships, both in universities, but also in industry, at all levels, and contribute to sustainable development. So we have this holistic approach: political, commerce, economic, scientific. I would like to mention one of the key areas of our scientific collaboration, which is space. As many of you know, Italy and Kenya we are managing together the Luigi Broglio Space Center in Malindi, which I don't know if you've been to, but it's a fascinating project, which was started in the 60s by then Luigi Broglio. He was a professor from Sapienza University. Back then, they used to launch satellites from there. Today, they don't do that anymore. It's a telemetry center. And their KSA, the Kenya Space Agency, and the Italian Space Agency are working on a school. Well, there's already a school, but they're going to enlarge it. Now it's going to be not just for Kenyan students and Italian students, but hopefully for students from the region as well. A school for space science, all right? And there should be also a laboratory for the production, the construction of CubeSats. So that type of research might be done there very soon. We're also increasingly investing in what we define tech diplomacy. The embassy is actually quite active in this. In February, we had a forum on artificial intelligence here in Nairobi. It was one of the biggest events we've ever done, together with the AI Hub for Sustainable Development, which is a project within the Mattei Plan. So we're working on this. And it was during the visit of the Italian Minister of University and Research, Anna Maria Bernini, which was a very important step towards the strengthening of our bilateral collaboration through the MOU, but not only, because there were several engagements that occurred on that occasion. Let me conclude by saying that all of these initiatives, all of these projects we have together are part of a long-term partnership vision between Kenya and Italy within the framework of the Mattei Plan, but also bilaterally. And the aim is generating tangible results in advanced training, innovation, technology transfer, and basically also creating opportunities for students, researchers, and industries in both our countries. So thank you very much. Thank you to our friends from Cattolica. Thank you, distinguished guests. And I'll give back the mic to my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. We can really greet our embassy for the presence, even if they are working hard for the visit of the Excellency President Ruto. Let's go on the program. Now we have two important speakers from Italy. So I don't know if we can establish the connection, but I will much more than happy to introduce them. First of all, Professor Mario Molteni, who is the director of ITACA project and the director of the Africa Plan. He will explain and contribute to this discussion, bringing the Africa Plan into view. The Africa Plan has been established by our university this year. So actually, this is the first year that we are running the concrete plan, but of course, it acknowledges the several projects that our university in different fields, from healthcare, agriculture, and many others are doing. Then we will have a presentation by Dr. Michele Mazzola, who is the director of the Office for Higher Education, especially for internationalization of research of our Ministry of University and Research in Italy, who will illuminate us on the perspective of the ministry and the Italian ministry for both the internationalization of the teaching and the research, which is of course complementary part. I don't know if the connection is ready. So I leave the floor to Professor Mario Molteni for the first speech.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Kenyan and Italian authorities, Vice Chancellors.
The audio is...
Could you hear me?
Just a second. We have a problem with the audio. Let's see. Professor Molteni, can you hear us?
Could you hear me now?
Yes, now yes.
Fine. Well, thank you very much, Kenyan and Italian authorities, Vice Chancellors, friends. Well, I'm really very glad to have the opportunity to join this event. Well, I bring greetings from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Elena Beccalli, who cannot be with us today. And also, I bring greetings from the University of Urbino, that is one of our partners that they cannot join this meeting. Well, I would like to share some very short information about the Africa Plan, which I am the director of from the Catholic University, and also E4Impact. Let me try to share. Could you see this?
Yes, we can.
Fine. Well, very quickly, you know that, well, Catholic University is a very important university in Italy, is the most relevant Catholic academic institution in Europe. We have 5 campuses all over Italy. Milan is the main one, but we are very important in Rome and in other cities, with several faculties, 42,000 students, and so on. Well, the new rector, a couple of years ago, launched the Africa Plan. What is? Is a very, I think, ambitious and visionary project. And here we can see together the vision, no? To be the most active European university in and with Africa in terms of research, education, and third mission, no? the impact for the society, working in partnership, this is very, very important, with African universities and institutions for mutual enrichment, for the integral formation of people, the socio-economic development, and the promotion of brotherhood and peaceful social coexistence. I think that this is very important also in this very difficult geopolitical period, no? To have this vision oriented also to peace, to partnership, to brotherhood. And this is what we really want to achieve through this plan. And as my friend Giacomo Ciambotti told before, no, we have already a large variety of projects in and with Africa, no? More than 140 in several thematic areas: agri-food, health, economic development, education, training, culture. Well, you can see, no? It's really very fields of knowledge are involved in this cooperation. And what we want to achieve with this Africa Plan, no? Increase collaboration with African institutions. So I think that, let's say, ITACA is really an example of what we want to do in the future, and we want to accelerate in the future. So you must consider that for us, this initiative is not going to finish, but it is an example to be replicated, to be developed in several ways, you know? And really, this is something relevant for the mission of our university. We want to develop this kind of collaboration in a peer-to-peer way. Well, so strengthening the partnership with the Italian and European universities is very clear. Increase the number, as was told before, no? Well, 10 students are little, no? We want really dozens and dozens of people, of our students coming to Africa, because it's really true. To come and spend some months, a semester in Africa is an opportunity to open the mind, to have a better understanding of the world and a better, let's say, preparation for the future of the students. And also, we want to attract African students and Afro-descendant students to our program. Really, Professor Beccalli launched a few days ago the strategic plan of our university, and the Africa plan is one of the 5 pillars of the plan, is a priority for us. And so the future development, I don't want to go through all this, but are several, from online courses, new degrees, degree programs offered together, increase mobility, research at the European level with funds taken from institutions, donors, and so on. And then to increase the large-scale cooperation projects. Okay. Well, this is, let's say, the first identity that I have, no? To be the director of the Africa Plan. Then I had, well, the opportunity 20 years ago to start the E4Impact project that then became a foundation that is a spin-off of the Catholic University, so as it has 2 advantages. To be very strictly connected with a so important university, but also to be agile, to be quick in his strategy, because he is a small foundation with the opportunity to make his own strategy. No? And so this is this foundation was born in 2015, and he also involved several very important Italian companies. Eni is very famous also in Africa because it's the most important oil company in the continent. Webuilt is one of the most important company for infrastructure, and is very important for the African activities. Intesa Sanpaolo is the main bank in Italy. Coldiretti is the representative of all the agribusiness activities in Italy, and so on. Okay, our mission to train and coach a new generation of impact entrepreneurs of Africa. That's really the main one. And you can see here our president, the president of the Republic, Sergio Mattarella, who came just in, we are here in Nairobi in our center, and he is looking at the entrepreneurs that are presenting their products, services, ideas, and so on. It was really a wonderful meeting in 2023. Then support partner university to become a leading voice for impact entrepreneurship, create partnership between Africa and international companies, and also to, let's say, push the opportunity of circular labor migration. People who come to Italy with a strong professional skills, they could involve and to spend these skills and also increase these skills, and then they could come back becoming both employees or also entrepreneurs in the country. The activity now are several, because we started with the MBA, but now we have MBA and incubation, acceleration, value chain development programs, growth service, in order to bring the company not only from the beginning to the first steps, but also to be international companies, larger companies. That is very important in order to be competitive and to create jobs. And then the circular labor migration. We now are present in several African countries. However, I have to tell that Kenya is the first one, and also is the main one, because our center with more than 30 people now involved with the leadership of my friend David, is really the most important place for us, and is, let's say, the lab in which we understand which is the strategy for the future. And then also we created this alliance of 31 African universities that want to be around, you can see here, to promote impact entrepreneurship across the continent and beyond. The impact is very important because we train with the MBA more than 2,000 not students, but really entrepreneurs. And these people are able to create the average of 13 job per entrepreneur. 35% are women, that's very, very important. And we are able to access to finance and to launch, to increase the revenues of the business and so on. And then with the other value chain project, we reached in the past more than 40,000 small farmers. Well, what I want to underline is really that for me, the future is what is interesting, because from the point of view of the Catholic University, with agriculture, health, education, psychology, and so on, we want to cooperate with the universities that I had the opportunity to understand are in that room today. And then we want to be a very important arm for the Kenyan economic environment in order to push companies, to grow companies, because we want to start companies, but also we want to support companies in becoming more and more relevant in the future. So please consider us a partner for your activities, because this is something that is very, very important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Molteni. Let's move to our next speaker, and I'm very glad and honored to introduce Dr. Michele Mazzola, who is the director of the Office for the Internationalization of Research at our Ministry for University and Research. Thank you, Dr. Mazzola, for being with us.
Thank you of you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So, okay, wonderful. Distinguished authorities, dear professor, dear colleagues, good morning, everyone. Allow me first to extend my warm greetings to Catholic University and to all of you, and to express my sincere apologies for not being able to attend in person here in Nairobi. I've never been in Nairobi. I'm so sorry. And for joining you all remotely. I regret not being physically present at such an important occasion to which the ministries attach great importance. Nevertheless, I am very pleased to take part at a distance in this final event of the ITACA project. As Mrs. Hunia and Deputy Ambassador Scoppa said before, during Minister Bernini's missions to Nairobi last February, what emerged most clearly was not only the strength of the agreements being signed, but also the clarity of a shared vision. That is very important for us, because that was a vision in which higher education is not confined within the national borders, but becomes a space where countries work together to generate knowledge, innovation, and opportunity. In this context, let me recall very, very briefly a recent statement by the President William Ruto on technologies as an example. It expresses very clearly, the idea that we are together co-creators. He said, we will participate as co-creators of technologies, not just as users. I think it's the same in our cases, because this idea of co-creations works in technologies as well, in science and in projects, included ITACAs, as we said before by Professor. I believe this idea captures the spirits of what bringing us together today. Thanks for organizing this event and for the topic you include in the agenda. Why? Because today's agenda outlines a clear and meaningful path from strengthening higher education cooperation between Italy and Kenya to developing an ecosystem for innovation and sustainability. It is not simply a sequence of sessions, but I think is rather a structured reflection on the future direction of our partnerships. The internalization of higher education, with particular reference to African continent, represent a strategic priority for the government and, of course, for the Ministry of University and Research. In this context, the TNE call under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, with a very huge budget, more or less, 50 million euros, has proven to be a key instrument for promoting concrete and impactful forms of academic cooperation. Let me say some result. The results achieved clearly reflect the scale and ambitions of this initiative. We founded 24 projects, 70 Italian implementing institutions, of course, universities, but consortium and private foundation, and partnership involving academic institutions across 75 non-European countries. That's a very important goal for us. Within these broader frameworks, Africa occupies a central position because 14 projects are specifically dedicated to the continent, with a total fund very, very huge, 30 million euros, involving 36 African countries. Among these, Kenya stands out as a key partner, involved in 8 projects alongside the numerous African countries. However, these figures, important, of course, while significant, but do not fully capture the value of what has been achieved. What is most relevant and what is the core of today's conversation, as you discussed after, is strengthening of higher education cooperation, because behind every project there are relationships between institutions, between researchers, between students and innovators. It is through these relationships that a shared space of knowledge is taking shape. In this respect, let me highlight that the bilateral dimension between Italy and Kenya is of particular importance. As we mentioned before, our cooperation has gained considerable momentum in recent months, beginning with the Memorandum of Understanding signed here in Nairobi last February. That agreement has laid a solid foundation for the development of joint programs, academic mobility, and enhanced scientific collaboration. We are now entering in a new phase in our perspective, because next week the state visit of the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Ruto, to Italy will represent a moment of the highest political and institutional significance, further confirming the strategic nature of our partnership, as said the Deputy Ambassador before. And in addition, Mr. Bernini will meet her Kenyan counterparts on Tuesday, in particular the Undersecretary to the President of the Republic, Professor Shaukat Abdul Razak, on which occasion a new joint declaration on cooperation in research and innovation will be signed, and that will be the occasion to launch a flagship project between Italy and Kenya. This represents a concrete step forward, ensuring continuity and immediate follow-up to commitments already undertaken. In this way, a strong alignment is being built between political dialogue and academic cooperation. At the same time, the NRRP calls upon us to address a fundamental challenge: sustainability. The networks, programs, and partnerships developed through these initiatives must not conclude with the projects themselves. Rather, they should be consolidated into stable and lasting forms of cooperation. This consideration is closely linked to the focus of today's second session that we put in the agenda, the development of an ecosystem for innovation and sustainability. Innovation, by its nature, requires ecosystem environments in which universities, research centers, institutions, and the private sector can interact effectively. This is a question also in Italy, very, very important. This is precisely the kind of ecosystem that Italy and Kenya are working together to foster. In this perspective, the ITACA project assumes a particularly strategic role. It is not merely a project, but a platform, through which cooperation becomes operational, ideas are tested, and the long-term partnerships are built. As I come to the end of my remarks, let me briefly jot together the main consideration I wished to underline. First of all, the strength and growing ambition of cooperation between Italy and Kenya in the field of higher education research and innovation. And the ministry is ready to go on that. Second, the importance of ensuring that the results achieved are consolidated into stable and lasting forms of collaboration. And third, the need to future develop innovation ecosystem capable of connecting education, research, and tangible impact. These are not only priorities for the present, but also essential foundation for the future of our partnership. For all of this, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the partners involved, to all the Italian and African universities, to all the teams, professors, research, and of course, administrative staff whose work in turning these shared visions into concrete results. Allow me to conclude with a final reflection inspired by a well-known verse of the ITACA by Constantinos Cavafis, one of my favorite poets. When you set out for Ithaca, hope your road is a long one, full of adventure and discovery. This match is especially meaningful in the context of our discussion today, because the true value of cooperation in higher education, research, and innovation lies not only in the destination we seek to reach, but also in the capacity to build a common path that is lasting, open, and forward-looking. If we are to ensure the sustainability of partnerships, networks, and the research capacities we have developed, we must think of this journey not as something that ends with a project, but a shared commitment that continues over time. In this spirit, ITACA is not only the name of a project, but it's also the name of your project, of course, but it's also a powerful reminder that meaningful cooperation is built step by step through trust, continuity, and common ambition for discovery. I like to view TNE projects, ITACA, for example, and others, as an important step marking the beginning of a long journey that the ministry intends to support continually in the coming years. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful continuation for the event. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mazzola, for your participation, your kind words. You gave us the context of what our ministry is doing and promoting. We are very glad that you supported us so much through your office, through your work, and also thanks for recalling the meaning of ITACA, because probably it wasn't clear, also to many of our Italian partners. We wanted actually since the beginning to create an home. I said before, ecosystem of collaboration, also what our deputy ambassador was telling us about the complementarity of actors, but I also love to say that the importance of returning, and the importance of an home is, of course, there. I leave the floor now to Dr. Lawrence for the next session, introducing the next session.
Thank you so much, Professor Giacomo. I think that kind of engagement requires us to a kind of a crap, because it's critical that. So I'm particularly impressed because coming from a digital innovation hub, which I read the J Hub Africa at JQuat, I find that that aspect of working on innovations and trying to encourage opportunities is a major theme on what ITACA has done, and therefore very interesting. Before I allow the team, because I think the next step, the next part of our conversation entails having some photo. I think the ambassador has loved. We wanted to have a photo with the VCs, and the ambassador, deputy ambassador, but has left. So, okay. So I want to invite the various VC, the secretary, Ministry of Education, and also the VCs and various representative of VCs, and also the ITACA read, Dr. Biero plus Professor Giacomo to come here for a photo, please. The cameraman will set up us on how we need to sit. Yeah. He's a photo there. He's a good photo. They can, the senior one can sit down. Yes. Yes, Deputy Ambassador, welcome. I think we needed a photo with it. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. ITACA. One, two, three. ITACA. Again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, Deputy Ambassador. Thank you for that. At this point, I also want to recognize that even before we continue, we have also the representative from the Open University of Kenya, a representative of the VC. Yes, I think.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we were mentioned, but we didn't get here, but I thank God for this. I appreciate all of you, all protocols observed. And I'm Dr. Catherine Kagusha, Acting Registrar, Academic Affairs. I am representing our Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Omwenga, and our Deputy Vice Chancellor, who was also invited in charge of infrastructure and planning, Professor Christopher Chepken. A friend to E4 Impact. Actually, our university is a friend to E4 Impact. We also have a collaboration that we are implementing, starting to implement with the Catholic University of Milan. And we are grateful to see the milestones that are happening here, knowing that at least we can, we can imagine where we are headed with that collaboration that we have begun. I am, just to join the others, let me say I'm a graduate of JKUAT also, so I'm not very far from. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think this is great. When the chief finance officer sends you a message and tells you that there is a partner you need to mention, because that partner, you can't ignore that. And that is we would want also to recognize the presence of Jacob's Red Africa, Kenya. Yeah, so those are partners dealing with issues around climate smart, especially read by youth. I think maybe you can say something as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lydia Akinyi from Jacob's Ladder Africa. When we hear E4 Impact, we are in that same area, but our niche is that we are in the green economy. We want to build, the universities are our highest institution of hope. That's what we call it. Because when you go into education in Africa, you're told study so that you can build your future. And so the universities are the highest institution of hope. And we know that many people come out of the universities and still don't find that hope. And so Jacob's Ladder Africa brings in the software. We call it the software because we have curriculum. We have a program that helps these young people build green enterprises that can stand the test of time in Africa. And so, yes, we are happy to be here. We were invited because we are part of those that are targeting the same group, the young people of Africa, and building enterprise. So thank you for the invite, and we are happy we work with the universities in setting up the hubs, setting up hubs in the universities. So we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think at this stage, I now want to introduce, to allow Dr. Obiero to come in and present what is the value of higher education collaboration between Italy and Kenya, and what do you expect in future? That is the talk. Yeah.
All protocols observed again. Our very short presentation. Hopefully we'll be able to answer to the type of questions, the question which the moderators asked me. A small background about this collaboration. In 2018, my principal is not here today, was sent apologies, had some Italian friends and organized a meeting at Karen campus. No wonder we are putting a lot of our programs at Karen campus. So that was in 2018. So the 6 of us, we went to Karen campus and we had a meeting with some 2 professors from University of Catholic, Pacienta campus, Pacienta, is it? Pacienza campus. Then we did discuss on what they wanted to do with us. They were running a small project in Arusha, another project in Naivasha. Of the 6 guys who were there, I picked up the idea. I felt like we could do something with that. Then now my who is a soil scientist, and myself went into this, and we had soil samples from Arusha, soil samples from Naivasha, which could not get to Italy because of of course, the regulations of exporting those like microorganisms to another country. We were able to carry out those experiments in JKUAT, and I want to thank the CFO of our university, Madam Mary, facilitating the process, getting the funds, buying the reagents. And we were researching, of course, we were working with a group of farmers from Arusha and Naivasha. Then the University of Catholic sent a PhD student who was working on food fermentation to our university. Then we did the agronomical practice because we were growing. They wanted to, the PhD study was on food fermentation, and she was interested in a very interesting crop called jute mallow. I don't know whether you know jute mallow. Jute mallow is mulenda. So we were able to, they know it here. So we grew that with Dr. Waweru in our university farm. The student did take the experiments during the COVID period. Of course, she has now graduated. That's when in 2018, the MOU was signed, which was now revised as a collaboration in 2025. Through that, we have had a series, and I'll take you through a very quick presentation. Let me have the next slide. This is a small brief about our university. And those ones who have students, have sons and daughters, relatives, please bring them to our university. We have 5 colleges. I come from the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and College of Health Sciences, College of Pure and Applied Sciences, where the Department of Computing and now JHub is hosted, the College of Engineering and Technology, the College of Human Resource Development. This is how the university gate looks like if you've been to Chucha. We are like 35 kilometers from the city center. Let me have the next slide. Apart from that, we are part of the Pan-African University of Basic Science and Technology and Innovation, PAUSTI, which is one of the African Union campuses, which is hosted in JKUAT. Next. We've had a number of partners. Our key partner, of course, who's developed the university to the state it is JICA. We also have a number of projects running in the university, supported by the European Union, including this one, of course, through the University of Catholic. The last 2 weeks, we have run our training workshops in Sachorek, which you could see there. We were in that building, and we were able to run some 2 workshops. Then we have the ITACA project, of course, with that long cooperation with the Italian government. Next. Next. You went back. So what was this project about? As many speakers have said, is in internationalization of Italian academy through international mobility, inter-university cooperation, capacity building, and joint or double programs. We have had, from the Vice Chancellor's speech, 45 also staff and students from JKUAT have had a chance to travel to Italy in the various universities which are in the corporation. We have also had more than 10 students from Italy visiting our university. And in this, the students, whenever they come do their presentation. We get to progress reports. So we get our staff to listen to what they do, query, critique, and it has been very interesting all this time. And we, of course, will continue. They are still somewhere collecting data, and we'll continue working with them in that direction. So this project, of course, is strengthening. You moved very fast before I could pick the other one. Academic and Italian knowledge in competencies and competencies. The few times I've also traveled to Italy, but this was not my first time. My first time was in 1999 when I went to Trieste, the theoretical college of International Theoretical College of Physics, where I studied some soil science, which made me get interested when these professors were interested in agronomy, the project which we undertook, which led to this. The interesting thing is that the passion, the level of publications, and some which we are drafting with Dr. ITACA and others, and some professors in Italy for that feasibility type of publications. We are also hosting Dr. Domenico, who is one of our hosts when I was in Italy. He will be teaching in our university, and then he arrived this week. In the next 2 weeks, when he is in campus, he will take lectures in Department of Agribusiness, in Department of Economics, and in the Department of Land Resource. So that strengthening and the way they teach. Remember, Europe moved a very long time ago to competence-based education. So, and of course, very soon, our 10, 12 are coming to university, and we are now in this competence-based education. Next. These are the partner universities we were working with. These are very old universities. Some are like 200 years, 150 years old. They've been around for some time. One of them, of course, our host, the University of Catholic, actually the University of Sacred Sisters of Milan, which is the University of Catholic. Then the University Polytechnic del Marche, the University of Urbino, and the University of Turin. These were the partners in Europe, and we had a number of our professors, a number of our lecturers, a number of our students who did some of the studies there. And of course, we're working on the credit transfer. Even those other universities now who want to join, the issue of credit transfer, because some of these students will go and take some courses in those universities. So instead of them coming to do the course, then we can do the credit transfer so that they don't have to repeat the same course again. Next. Then these are the project topics, and Professor Helen here talked of that she moved under the orange economy thematic area. We have the agri-food, we have the energy and the water, the green economy, and the sustainable management, entrepreneurship, and the digitization. When you talk of the digital superhighway, where JKUAT wants to align itself, which resonates with the medium-term 4 programs of the Kenyan government under the bottom-up transformation program, you realize that we need to have our students more in the ICT sector, because the next frontier of jobs is more on digitization and issues dealing with AI. So when you talk about entrepreneurship, this is enshrined in the motto of the university, in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation. Next. These are the African universities which were involved in this program. And there were 10. And probably, of course, JKUAT was the only one from our country which was involved and the most active. That's why the closing ceremony was done here. Again, of course, even the training workshops, when they wanted to have, like, where can we do the training, our university, through the university management, did allow us to have these programs run through our university. Next. So we have had 3 training workshops. One is on AI for sustainable development, which we ran at Sachorek from, that's the main campus in Ichucha, from 8th to 10th of April. Around that time, there was a project on food fermentation, which ran which was conducted at the Ole Sereni Hotel. Then last week, we finished, this week, yesterday, we finished the sustainable entrepreneurship and climate change, where we're working with the Greener Cities and the Nairobi Rivers Commission. And we had quite a number of students who joined, and of course, entrepreneurs. What was interesting is that the programs were so interesting that at 6, when we want to leave, the people want to stay. We are tired and want to move, but then the entrepreneurs want to stay. So I will say, okay, security, you just take care of them until they leave. The people were interested, they want more of these programs to unlock their potentials. Some entrepreneurs came with their projects, they were selling, they were showcasing, and I think which resonates very well with our motto as a JKUAT. Next week at current campus, we shall run another program, a training workshop on sustainable and community-based tourism. This will run for 3 days, starting Tuesday up to Thursday, and then we are able to meet, of course, train some ecotourism partners or groups who are coming in to join this workshop. When we are talking about ecotourism in this country, the wildlife, integrating the youth, it's a huge thing. The tourism sector in Kenya earns, of course, us a lot of money. If you ask some of these colleagues, they have been to the Mara, and some have been in the hot air balloons. I don't know whether how many Kenyans have tried the hot air balloon. But you ask Professor Chekomo here, Madam Viviana was here 20 years ago, and they were in the Mara. And some of the colleagues were here. Next. This is what I had. I've skipped a slide because of, I know Professor Chekomo will talk about it. A new project coming up called Atlantis. It will involve the 4 universities you saw and another university in France. It will, of course, have staff exchange. It doesn't have more of a student exchange, more of staff exchange. And we'll look at all the cadre of staff, from finance, from our catering units, all the way, so that we can be able to learn. They can also come and see how we things here. When I was in Italy, we were discussing with the International College, and I did share with Professor Chekomo that we're looking at a situation where we could have our students doing some of the internship in some of the industries in Italy. We have done, as JKUAT, we have done that one before. We used to train students in Israel for 9 months. Professor was our DVC, he remembers that program very well, and he met those Israeli college personnel quite a number of times. We want also to see whether we can work with the Italian industry to have some of our students gain their skills in some of the laboratories, in terms of their factories, in terms of their farms, so that we can be able to exchange and have those skills. If you see what the students who land in Italy, the program now has come to an end, or who land in Israel, what they're able to do is so much because they get to have a different mindset. So doing a semester there or a 3 months there will really help them become job creators and not job hunters, as we say, so that they can be able to stand on their own in terms of entrepreneurship and, of course, even innovation. Let me finish because I will not talk again. Maybe my other colleagues will talk about the University of Catholic. It's a beautiful campus. Of course, the lecture rooms are wonderful. The facilities are some class. So it's something we can also emulate from our universities. They're not very, of course, the buildings are the same like ours, but then if a few adjustments, like now I could walk into a lecture room and have a screen, I know which lecture is running and what time it's running, it's coming to an end. That's a lot of information, which I don't have. Sometimes I have to interrupt a class to know what is happening when this one coming to an end. So simple technology, and we are able to do that. Of course, it's things we can learn across. Thank you very much. Maybe if there will be some questions after Professor, I'll be ready to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obiero. I think we have made a few adjustments with the timetable because of the fact that we know we need a break now. People have sat for so long. But the break between you and the tea is presentation by Prof here, and we would want to invite him to present his.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Actually, my role then it's the most challenging one because it was separate from the food, right? So, no, but thanks again. And I also learned something this morning, which is a sentence: all protocol observed, right? So I must acknowledge also some people here in the room and from Italy. First of all, two professors and colleagues who helped me a lot, Professor Bracchi and Domenico Rossignoli. Professor Domenico is here with me. Another part of the team from Italy, we have some students actually. So from Andrea, Pietro, Chiara, Maddalena, Andrea, PhD students also, visiting E4 Impact, but also collaborating with Jomo Kenyatta. And of course, thank you. Of course, without the administrative staff, we cannot do nothing. So I would like to have a big clap for Viviana Campelli, who is the lead of our mission, who organized also with the team, which is in Italy, in back office, organized this fantastic moment together. And lastly, let me acknowledge also the rule of our partners. So I bring my wishes as far as I received so many messages this morning, so I must do it. Let me bring also the wishes by the other Italian partners, which are, as I've learned, the University of Urbino, Ancona, and Turin. They all are with us, connected online, but they also bring their wishes to all of you and the greetings to all of you for fruitful future collaborations. So I will be fast on the first part, but I want to acknowledge the relevance of our project and our approach. So we said innovative approach to, let me see if this works. No? Okay, I will tell you. Okay, you can go ahead. Yeah. Next slide. Okay, so you can skip this. Let's go. Yeah. All right. There was one before, huh? Okay, so what is the genesis of ITACA? ITACA starts actually ground on the consideration about grand societal challenges which we experience globally, of course, not just in Africa, but also in Italy and Europe. Several challenges which we try to map around the Sustainable Development Goal framework, which range from poverty to inequalities, climate change, and so on. But we recognize that this part also of my research activity, those challenges are not in silos and they are very complex, interconnected, and requires then multi-stakeholder action, so collaborative platforms and action from different stakeholders. So ITACA, since the beginning, wanted to be a long-term oriented, multidisciplinary, with different faculties involved, as we say, from creative economy to agriculture and so on. And it want to be a multi-stakeholder platform to address grand societal challenges. Next slide. Well, also, Professor Mario Molteni recalled the role of university in terms of teaching, so developing programs and knowledge, developing research, and third mission. Well, what's the role then of our institutions? I'd like to capture these in terms of transformation from people to organization and to policy level, so different actors that can come up together. And this is the starting point for capacity building and for empowering leaders for this transformation, which is required to address these grand societal challenges. So we cannot act alone, and the role of university to support whoever from institution, organization, companies then, so the industry and all individual leaders who are active to change positively the society. Next slide. Thank you. Then what's the goal of ITACA? Is something that Professor Rubiero recalled very quickly. Then it's to establish really collaborations which are win-win between Italy and Africa. We collaborated with several partners. Those are the Italian partners, as I said, from Urbino, Ancona, and Turin, three fantastic cities, and I will say three very historical universities. Plus 10 African partners. We involved a lot about mobility of lecturers and students, but also the creation of new projects, which is something that I want to spend a few words now. So those have been already covered. So because of the fact that we want to contribute with knowledge and capacity building on addressing grand challenges, then we actually come up with a multidisciplinary approach involving several pillars or faculties, which of course cover different fields from the green economy, the environment, to innovation and artificial intelligence toward agri-food systems. Next slide. ITACA then is, of course, a platform for connections and friendships development, I will say, because when you then start working with colleagues, then friendship happen, and through friendships you can then develop a new project, new ideas, fresh ideas, and vibrant connection. Those are just few pictures to see. So we hosted several colleagues from Madagascar, Tunisia, of course, Kenya, and this is a couple of PhD students have been here in Nairobi. Next slide. Then another important pillar of ITACA is creating new knowledge. And of course, I wanted to mention contextualized knowledge, not just knowledge which is replicated from Italy to Kenya or from Italy to Africa, and so on, vice versa, from Africa to Italy, but something that can be crafted together and customized together. So this is something that we have done in two programs, one run in Milan, which focus on creative economy, which means all the different subsectors around arts, culture, and fashion, for a sustainable future. That was a program hosted, it was 15 entrepreneurs in Milan. And another winter school in Urbino, you can see here a fantastic team with many from Kenya also, on digitalization and its effect on the globalization and cross-cultural processes. Again, creating this knowledge it's an effort that is concerted, it's orchestrated by the university, but it comes together with different partners. Next slide, please. And as also Prof. Obiero said, we have created also several advanced professional courses under a series of these, which of course will run also in Madagascar and Tunisia, but 3 of them have been launched and performed. Actually, the last one will be next week on community-based tourism. But I wanted to highlight here the role of different actors, ecosystem actors, which we are able also to have to cover a bit in the final roundtable discussion for today, from Kairos Futura to E4Impact, JHub. The role of these partners, collaborators is so fundamental for us, not just to provide contents, but also to provide perspectives, new ideas, to bring new models also of having courses. Next slide. And I want to take an example from what we have done actually in these 3 days, because yesterday I was in class with a fantastic team of 60 entrepreneurs. Some of them are probably here. What is the approach of ITACA, which can be really synthesized in what we have done in these 3 days. We took one challenge, one local challenge, but which is a global problem, which is around climate change. And we started from the problem of Nairobi rivers, which are very polluted, something that, of course, we experience in different settings and contexts. But starting from pollution, go back. Back. Okay. Yeah. So from this challenge of the Nairobi rivers, we then created together with the Nairobi Rivers Commission, Greener City, Kairos Futura, an approach which is on future making, which means calling entrepreneur to imagine and visualize their future under this global challenge, this problem of the Nairobi River. So actually they worked hard together with new tools like these cards that probably maybe behind you cannot see very well, but we can show later on. So those kind of very innovative cards which bring us in the future of Kenya in 30 years ahead, something that we cannot probably imagine, but those help us in working and imagining a future, right? So they worked hard to prepare and first of all prototype innovative ideas and then pitch these ideas also through the use of artificial intelligence. Let's go on, next slide. So this is part of the result. It was impressive actually also for myself, now teaching since 10 years, but it's kind of very, very impressive work of these entrepreneurs trying to find solutions to get toward a future which is more sustainable. Something which has been realized through AI, of course, but then, as I said, prototypes and with paper, different cards and play in the room. Okay, so it was a very innovative approach, which is something which is required to transform also university under a practical approach, with something which I call impact, right? Providing a change. Next slide, please. So I will finish with introducing the new project, Atlantis, which is actually connected with what we have done with the idea of an ecosystem perspective, starting from university to the different actors which can help us, and which we can help in contributing together toward these challenges. We already acknowledge the meaning of Atlantis, Advanced Learning and Academic Networks for Transformation, Innovation, and Sustainability, 3 words which are very important for us. This framework has been under the G7, the G7 call for research and capacity building with Africa. Next slide, please. So just a couple of words to conclude on Atlantis. It has a very similar purpose with ITACA. I will say it's a spin-off or a brother of ITACA. Even the label Atlantis recall the knowledge that can be created from the ancient myth of Atlantis. We have different activities from mobility to the creation of platform conference. If it can be done in Nairobi, why not? And the key areas which are, of course, one at cross-cutting topic around sustainable entrepreneurship, because this is where innovation happen, together with technical skills, of course. But then we have two hot topics, I will say, two very important areas for us, which are the new technologies and artificial intelligence for sure, together with the green and blue economy, which is covered under the seas, ocean, and biodiversity. So we would like to continue, of course, together with the Jomo Kenyatta, other possible partners that can collaborate with us in the implementation, of course, in our way ahead. Next slide. So we expect, of course, to strengthen international cooperation. I like the word cooperation, and I invited the Italian cooperation, the HICS office here, represented by Adele Cornaia. She will bring us into the work of the Italian cooperation, because it's very important, and the complementarity of the university with, as we said, the cooperation agencies, of course, our Italian one, but also the other offices, to create an ecosystem for innovation is very relevant. Of course, expanding the academic offer and expanding also the research, something that you also mentioned, dear Professor Mberian, on the importance of doing research in the context and not just from abroad. So we are much welcome to invite scholars to Italy, but also to come here for learning from you, and sharing with you research pathways and publications, which is something that we all expect. Next slide. I'm going to the end, fortunately. Yes, that's the final picture that we did. You can see how many people were involved in these 3 days training, but I would like just to conclude remarking the importance of networks, on building, this collaboration. This was also the title for our event, which of course is not just the end, but it's the beginning. A famous economist, Peter Drucker, was loved many times to say that the important point is to act not with a yesterday logic. We need to look to future, not just considering Atlantis as the new home, let's say, the new ITACA, but the new project ongoing, or already started, but also as the new home which can be with the different ecosystem actors, starting from the embassies, which we engage a lot with ITACA, the Italian cooperation, and all the actors which we also acknowledge, and which we are here today to have this second part after the break, around the ecosystem development and what can be done by the university. So we much look forward to hear also from you what can be your need, and what can be done with us, and with all the team represented by JEQUAT and the institutions here. Thanks a lot, and I'm happy to announce that there is the break now, right? So everyone will be much happy to go for. Thanks.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you for that presentation. I think for now we break for a short break. It should take us about 10 minutes. And then after the 10 minutes, we will have a very exciting discussion with a very well-created panel that will go deeper into what ITACA has achieved and looking into the future. Thank you so much. So we can break for 40.
Stop.
Inviting everybody on that side where we are going to have next are two panel discussions or roundtable insights. Starting with the first one that will take a very short period of time because of as you can see, time is really gone. But we will have four people who are doing amazing things out there, starting with Professor Helen Beria. So, Professor Helen Beria, we are inviting you for this panel discussion. You can. Karibu, karibu. No, that is our first person that we'll have. Please, we can clap for her as she comes. Also Principal Karen Campus. We also have Caroline Wall, who is a student JQuat. So Caroline, karibu sana. We also have Shira Kutu. Shira Kutu from Ecotourism. Shira, karibu sana. And last but not least, we have Jonia Kisiagani. Jonia Kisiagani from ITACA Solutions. Are you here? From ITACA Solutions. Is around. Kisiagani. Kisiagani. Okay. So as I hope that we'll be able to get them coming in, to get Kisiagani coming in, representing. So and we can start off the conversation from here. So I would want us, the first thing that I want us to do is have a candid conversation on what happens. As you know, most of these programs, when they come, people are looking at how can we benefit as a country, as individual, and our universities. So the question that I want to ask you, Prof, is how was your experience in this collaboration and with the Italian partner that you had, and what would you expect in future programs that will be there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. What was my experience? I'd want, first of all, to start at the beginning. That I just saw communication from our karaoke talking about ITACA project, people to express interest, those who would want to participate. And I just went there and filled in a form. It was quite a very friendly form, didn't have a lot of information, and then needed useful information. So I filled in. That's how it all started. So the first thing I want to commend about ITACA project is that their process was very, very streamlined, and documentation that was required was available. We had a person who was in charge. In JQuat, that was Dr. Obiero. In coordinating the project for ITACA, I may not remember the name very well. Yes, Giovanni, the communication. We were waiting for very well and taken to a very beautiful place for accommodation. Now, from there, we also were given a very good person who was able to take us through what was required, have an Italian number. So basically, what was supposed to be done for us to be comfortable was done, and we appreciate that. And then, of course, before leaving for Italy, we had signed what we called an agreement. Teaching proposal for me was going to participate in a number of activities. So with my, the lecturer, that is Professor Simoni and Professor Emanuela, we had already, we had a teaching proposal of what we needed to do. And indeed, we were able to accomplish a number of things. So one, we were able to discuss the program because they are, the two of the coordinators there are in the Department of Sociology, where a program called Communication Management and Fashion is offered. And therefore, we had a meeting where we discussed these two programs and trying to see how our bachelor's students can travel and do maybe a semester, and also their students to come and do a semester. So we went through that program, the communication management, and also we went through our program because I belong to a department called Media Technology and Applied Communication. And as I said, I went under the Orange Economy, which looks at creative industries in the areas of film, art, drama, music, and all that. How can we translate that, those productions, and commercialize them and all that? So because we have almost similar programs, we discussed about how to have our student exchange. And also we talked about, we agreed on ways to do with supervision, that even the professors in the University of Catholic in Milan can participate in supervision. We have our program where we have doctorate and masters, and therefore we agreed on modalities of supervision. Now, we didn't have an opportunity to have lectures because they were quite very busy. We were not able to give lectures, but we were able to look at some of the students who are doing their PhDs and areas of supervision. Of course, I want to say that Dr. Anderu also visited very good place. Oh man. And simple things I learned, that in Milan, the love of dogs, they take dogs everywhere, even to supermarkets, to shopping malls. Wow, and then I said, then I should have been in Italy because I'm a lover of dogs. But their dogs are very clean. See, kama hizi zetu that are, okay. The other thing that I observed, because this exposure opens your mind. When I went to their classrooms, I picked up something that I'm running with in current campus. Their chairs, the arrangements of their classrooms, beautiful. You know, the way we struggle with students carrying chairs from one room to the other. Now I'm talking about Jomo Kenyatta. I don't know whether in Mary University, it's the same story. Those funny chairs that we have all used in our universities. How I wish now we can advance. Your classrooms are spacious, clean, and those modalities of the chairs, the way they have been designed, Italy, was that their students and their staff, they share the same, mensa 9, mensa what? The staff and students eat in the same cafeteria, and the food is the same. And then when they eat their food, they carry their plates to the conveyor belt, here in a kitchen, to take to the kitchen. But the practice here is you eat and leave there for someone else to do what? To pick. Now, in Karen, you eat and carry your plate to an appointed and designated place. So simple interactions like this and exposure like this are opening our eyes to doing better and improving our service delivery. Maybe areas of improvement. Do I mention them now or later? Okay.
Nature. Oh, the issue of things that you think that can people think like even the way you talked about prayer. I think even when you eat with the rest, you can be able to figure out the challenges and the experience. I saw that, of course, from other countries, and I think that's a very good point to note. So I'll come back to Prof on the issue of some of the challenges on the program that you think can be improved. I also want to hear what Caroline, now as a PhD student, what are some of the things what was your experience?
Maybe before she answers that, I know we have other students. There are some our ITACA project beneficiaries from JQuat. They are here. My team. Those Hannah, I have seen Hannah here. I wanted them to. Yeah, she's there. So we are a number, and also there is Dacha. Yeah, okay.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Caroline Anyango Yuer. As you have heard, I had an opportunity to go to Catholic University as a visiting PhD student. I really don't want to repeat what Prof has said, but we had a wonderful experience. Even as we started filling the forms, the place was so beautiful. And I enjoyed the classes. I went to lecture rooms, and so nice. And I also had an opportunity to coordinate presentations for the undergraduate students. And those students, I was wondering how they are so experienced. And now I was the lecturer, and they are the students. And I could say it should have been the other way around because of the way they were so perfect in what they were doing. And the classrooms were super. And I also copied something that I could, as a part-time lecturer in JQuat, I can emulate how to maybe to lecture, because I found them so good. I also went to workshops, and I also had an opportunity to present my PhD research work to a number of professors. And with the help of Professor Mberia and Professor Emmanuel Amora and Professor Simone, I was able to meet several professors who really helped me to shed some light on my PhD. And I visited very many places and beautiful places like Duomo, Milano. We ate a lot of gelato, that is ice cream. I ate a lot of polo, that is kuku here. I ate a lot of very beautiful riso rice, and I was able to learn so little Italian, because so many people there are not English speaking. So sometimes so sometimes you could use signs, but the people are so kind and so loving.
I think what you're trying to tell us is that if who is called a different name, it tastes better. I think this is a very good of that. The other, I want to go to you, Shera, because you come from the ecotourism, and I think this is an area which I feel like as a country, maybe we have not exploited it as we should, because you have seen what happens. We have a lot of things that we can exploit in a better way on that area. And I know you attended the professional course that had climate change in it, that had tourism-based community engagement and such. So
I want you to tell us first what you do, because some of us would want to know what ecotourism is all about. And then you tell us how the relevance of the courses or such with respect to what you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First, I want to say I also want to go to Italy. I do enjoy a good plate of risotto. I'm Sheila Kuto. I work with Ecotourism Kenya. I am not from academia and I'm not from JKUAT, unfortunately. But I sit here with a very as a very important player in the sector because the organization I work with is a membership organization in the tourism sector, and knowing how tourism interacts with many other sectors, it's very multi-fragmented. Therefore, our membership is also very diverse. In fact, in this panel, we have representation of different categories of membership because we have a membership category for responsible businesses like ITACA Solutions. We have training institutions as part of our membership, and also a category for individual students. Why we have this diverse array of membership is because we believe in achieving sustainable development. Goal 17 of the SDGs is kind of the most important, partnership for these goals. We cannot achieve all these other goals without, working together. Therefore, what we do is promote responsible tourism practices. How we do that is, first of all, creating a linkage or a platform for linkages. With these very different members in the tourism value chain, we're able to put them together. There's interactions between, say, community-based tourism organizations with their products. They get to meet tour operators who can sell their packages. We have categories like accommodation facilities. We're able to empower them or capacity build them with sharing sustainability standards, because we do run a sustainability certification standards. So with this linkage, we collectively are able to achieve sustainable development, with tourism being the main goal because we are a tourism association, but then it touches on many other points. Yes. So the other thing that we do is advocate. Now, we are a member of all these many members, from small enterprises to really big corporations or institutions. What we do is policy advocacy, because we want to see that from policies that are coming from government, we are private sector, but when we share this voice, we are able to push an agenda and see that sustainability is actually being embedded in strategies or policies, that there's vision of the youth through training, our involvement in training institutions, that communities are actually being empowered, and they're not just, over time we see that local communities are seen as just beneficiaries of tourism, But then through our interactions with these groups of, through our membership, we want to see communities empowered from being beneficiaries to actually part of the people who are sitting at the table, making decisions about policies or issues that are going to affect them. That there is no dependency where you see communities are over time, waiting for tourists to come. There is this hustle culture. Their products to tourists, they can, be able to access to operators by themselves. Then we are able to promote responsible livelihoods. Yes, there are quite a number of questions.
Yeah. So I just want you, on a follow-up to that, having gone through this course, the short course that you went through, what do you think will be different from what you guys are doing in your organization?
So we are turning 30 this year. We've been in the industry since 1996. And our overarching goal is linking communities, tourism, and conservation. But even right now, looking at the tourism space, if you go to whatever region where tourism resources are, whether it's like Laikipia or in the Mara, communities are still not fully empowered. That says that we have not, as Ecotourism Kenya, we've not been able to achieve that empowerment. Therefore, we are reliant on partnerships and trainings like the training that we're going to have next week on ecotourism and community-based tourism development. Because with capacity building, with linkages with from academia to industry, we're able to transition theory into practice. Ourselves as a standalone organization, we are a very small team. We do not have access everywhere. But when we're starting this training from, say, academia. We are teaching students how to, move along with sustainability in their mind, how to implement sustainable practices. We're teaching communities how, and it's not just teaching ourselves, but with experts from, say, Italy, where we can have exchange of ideas, as many speakers have mentioned. So our communities are able to know how to actually develop their products, how to, get market access, and even further develop their own partnerships. Yeah.
For that, thank you so much. I think I can go to, I'll come back to you, Shira. I want to go to Kisangani and ITACA solutions. ITACA, how do you attract? We have already mentioned about what is in a name, and in Kenya context, ITACA means uchafu uchafu.
Add the solutions. Put solutions.
So so I want to hear first what is in a name from you, and then I would want to hear how you benefited from the courses on green economy and climate change discussions that you have had through the short courses.
ITACA solutions, please.
ITACA
If you
solutions,
just say
yes.
the first part and leave the last part, we'll lose the meaning. So ITACA Solutions is a social enterprise that focuses on recycling waste. So currently we are operating in Nairobi, and we are projecting to move to other areas of Kenya like Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu. Our model is to bring sustainability into the traditional linear model of take, make, and then dispose. So what you're trying to do is transform waste into resources through recycling. So currently we are recycling plastic, we are recycling paper, glass metals, and food waste into compost. Yeah. So the operation level that we are working on currently in Nairobi, we can be able to collect up to 90 tons of waste in a day. Yeah, but that is just a fraction of the problem, because as you will notice, Nairobi currently is generating around 400 tons in a day. So out of 400, we are collecting 90. There's still a gap that needs to be fixed. Okay.
Even before you continue, now you have talked about the need. We all know ITACA is a major component around in our country. So the question I would want to ask further is, the way you correct it, does it also is in returns? I want to hear about now the income that you make out of that, the other end, which is the motivation. What is your business model?
Our business model is we're operating at all levels of the waste value chain, from collection, sorting, recycling, and then making products out of the recycled materials that we make. I would say that the way that we are positioning this enterprise so that it's social includes having impact with the people that we are working with, so that it's not just, we are not blinded by the carbon tunnel vision, in which most organizations are just focused on reducing the carbon emissions while neglecting some social issues that come as a result of climate change. For example, flooding that has been happening recently, diseases, and even the people who are involved in the actual process. So this program for ITACA, I found it to bring some divergent perspective to how we've been operating, in a sense that we cannot handle the problem with the mentality of the same mentality that was used when creating this problem. The insights that I have drawn from the program, and I believe will be useful in informing the decisions that we will make in improving our operations in Nairobi. For example, looking at the problem itself. In general, people just know that waste is a problem. Yes, we agree. But if we are to break this problem and look at the root causes, look at the symptoms, and then identify the gap for which we can be able to turn the root causes and provide solutions so that we are able to bring something that is truly sustainable. That would mean that we are involving people, taking care of the environment itself, while also building a model that can be able to generate profit.
On that issue of profits, on the value chain, the way you have said, the first part of waste correction, I think it's obvious that people want the waste to go. So that is okay. You can make money. And I want to know the percentage. Maybe you can give me an idea of the percentages. And I think maybe other people would be interested to know. On the correction part, is that the highest percentage of what you get as your revenue, or is it on the recycling part, the other part of recycling?
I would say recycling is what can make this business sustainable, because the material has to be put back into the economy and help in production of some of the materials which were turned from waste into a resource. But just that we are aligned, okay? I think one of the challenges is when businesses get into sustainable entrepreneurship just for the sake of making money, okay? Analyze this even through the ITACA program, and we identify that most of the enterprise don't go past that threshold, because if the people don't see the value of the solution you're bringing, that will mean that the adoption will be very low. So what we are looking at when we are talking about profits is making a solution that adds value to the people who really need that solution, while also making it in a way that it's profitable while still causing an impact. So having said that, I will just mention a common misconception that people have when it comes to waste management, and the solution really needs to be about the culture of the people. In Kenya, waste is just waste. So we are trying to change that. If anyone who, I believe most of us have bins in their houses, and for waste to be a resource, it means it has to be treated in a special way, not just like the ordinary taka that is being thrown out there in the open environment. And for us to do that, we need systems to be put in place, like for waste segregation. But for the Kenyan culture, which we are trying to change, if I tell you that I'm giving you 3 bins, so instead of you just putting trash anyhow, I want you to be very keen and put plastic on this bin, put glass on the other one, and put food on the different one. It's something that we are really struggling with as a people.
Now, just to ask, this discussion is interesting, and we'll go it further later. But if you tell me to put the green items, plastic here, and then the person correcting mixes everything, then it doesn't solve the problem that we were trying to solve. And I think maybe that is a conversation I would want, especially now that we have VCs, vice chancellors, and representatives from even current campus, and you have heard what Prof is saying, that she's already implementing some of the ideas. I would be happy to hear whether Prof would be willing, seeing that as a solution. You can work with Takataka to try and see how the cycle can be improved. And then you tell us, Prof, what are some of the challenges that you noted in the program as well? Yeah.
I talk about the challenges.
So I want to hear how you can work with it would be a very good collaboration. Universities have a lot of...
We have a lot of takataka.
Yeah.
So we need the takataka solutions. Tuko na takataka and we require the takataka solutions. So see myself and professors, VCs who are here, you may get some work or some consultancy. Now, I will first of all talk about, do I start with the challenges or areas of improvement? Both. Yes. Now, in the process of talking about the challenges, I will also propose areas of improvement. I'll start by talking about the funding. And yes, the flight, accommodation, and all those aspects were taken care of. And therefore, for the students, sometimes they may not have the upkeep money. I remember when we got there, it became very challenging for some of the students because they hadn't carried any money for some personal items. I remember even buying the Iliad card, the Lordly, we needed to pay, and some students didn't have the money. And therefore, I remember us coming in very strongly to assist some from Zimbabwe? Yeah. And therefore, it's important as we move forward to the next project, you think about maybe expanding the funding and especially getting to know the financial background and status of some of the students. For the staff, it may not be an issue as such, but for students, I found that quite challenging because when the cold weather cropped in, we had to even share our jackets with some of these students. The other aspect also that was quite challenging is the issue of keeping receipts. Yeah? That when you buy anything, you keep a receipt. Now, this is what happened with myself. I lost all of this Carol, they didn't tell me that I needn't, when I go to the supermarket, keep the receipt. And you know what we do in Kenya. When we buy things, the first thing you throw away to the dustbin is the what? Is a receipt. So when the coordinator requested for these receipts so that the reimbursement can be done, it was, for me, I just decided, watch ITACA. Yeah, because some of the receipts, I didn't have them. So I think also that communication should maybe be in the admission letter or something so that they are very clear on that. But if possible, let's not have that receipts aspect and maybe set aside a certain amount in future. The other aspect maybe I would look at is the issue of touring Italy. You know, it is internationalization. We need this exposure. We need to learn about Italy. Let it not be upon the student or the staff for them to pay for their movement from one place and the other. Maybe in the program, in the future program, we can have an activity that is scheduled about excavation, or it's called what? Excursion of Italy, so that you can take us to those prominent places. It is an activity that is done. That's what we do here. Sometimes when we have guests from outside, we schedule that as an activity to take them to our beautiful places. So for us, we were paying for it. And we feel that if it is, we are doing internationalization, let something like that appear in the program. The other aspect is also on clear scheduling of activities for the staff, for lecturers. For example, if a lecturer, I remember in the teaching proposal, we had identified activities that we are to participate in Italy, in the Catholic University of Milan. And some of them were like do a research seminar, have a guest lecture, have a workshop. These things did not happen because the professors at the university were very busy. It was a teaching semester. They are just reported from summer. And therefore, the professors were really very busy with many, many activities. And therefore, to slot us into the workshops, to organize for workshops and seminars was quite challenging. Even the guest lectures were quite challenging because their schedule is very tight. Now, what if before the visit, we have even specific dates for these workshops? We have specific dates for these guest lectures, rather than just have it in a proposal and we do not have the action dates, the whatever. So I'm saying for the area of participating in the lecturing at the universities, those 4 universities, the lecturers, the professors felt a little bit underutilized because of not really getting into the real matter. Then also, propose an area of improvement also is where I'm proposing that before those people participating in the program or in the project, if you have been chosen, it becomes mandatory for you to do even 1 month Italian language. It was such a challenge because for some of us, we discovered Duolingo when we went to Italy. Thank God I had very young students, likes of Hannah and yes, they were able to teach us very quick. Can you go to the Duolingo so that you understand? Because apparently your population in Milan is quite elderly and they love their language, which is something that now for us to fully participate in this coming project becomes mandatory. So when your students come to Kenya or Africa, it's mandatory for them to learn a language, like not English actually, Kiswahili. So we put it there to have a short course for Kiswahili, even if it's 1 month, because they'll need that. Then, have I given, yes, then for the issue of something else I would like for us from the sociology department and communication, management and fashion. Now that this project and the next is focusing also on entrepreneurship, I realized that Italy, Milan, fashion, oh my, people know how to dress. Then you go to every small shop, you find people who have stitched their clothes and selling them. High tech. What if we thought about a short course for tailors in Africa and in Kenya? You realize that tailors are disregarded, they focus so much on repairs. What if we got some of those designers and tailors stitching very good clothes? What I'm wearing I bought it from someone who had stitched it in a shop. And so I've done it. And they are selling and branding them. And therefore, what I'm saying is this. Can we also think about Kenyan tailors who are in some kiosks somewhere who can benefit from what I saw? We get those people, the designers, the fashionists there, and then we bring them here, talk to our tailors, and then we elevate tailoring in Kenya. So that's something we can think about, and maybe I'll stop there. But bottom line, very good, valuable, impactful project.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think these are top points that have been raised. And I think I have picked that we are going to, at J-Hub, we are going to receive some students who will be coming for internship in our innovation hub. So we will be able to see how much Kiswahili they can learn before coming. We have had Akina and Erico coming in, so we'll see that. I think Prof. Giacomo, there is also the issue of when people are leaving, they need some M-Pesa. I know the Italian system, I have interacted with it, and I know it's the bureaucratic a bit can be narrowing down, but I think Prof is saying there needs to be some M-Pesa before they board the plane at the airport. I think that's what So, well, what I want to hear now from you, Sheila, is having heard what Prof has said in terms of that discussion around the experience, what would you want to see in the future project?
Thank you. I have been a beneficiary of an exchange program, and it was in Spain, and perhaps some borrowings from that. What this program did, they got a partnership with this funding, scholarships funding institution. This time it was Erasmus Mundus, and we got a stipend for the whole semester, and it was very sufficient. So perhaps, when exploring these exchanges between the students, Another partner could be a funding organization. Yeah. Now, what I would want to, continue seeing now that I see it as a linking platform is the continuous engagement with industry. Because there's a lot of academia here, but then we know that industry, has the access to markets, has, the know-how on how to now transition from theory to practice. So continue engaging industry, whether it's private sector or, public institutions. And I'm not advocating for ecotourism Kenya, but we are here. Yeah, so these continuous partnerships, just towards impacts or goals of the program. Again, I would want to see more of field-based learning, because entities like community-based organizations from different, regions in this beautiful country of ours might have really diverse needs or, very different needs. So perhaps through these exchanges, we have students actually going to these places where the challenges are, where the communities are, where ITACA solutions is, go through the process, and they're able to, co-create now solutions on the ground that is impactful to that specific sector of the value chain.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think in course of time, what I would want Kisiagani to do is to take just like 2 seconds or 3, your parting shot, and what the future looks like.
I want to give thanks to the program, the ITACA team, JQuad, and just say that in truly sustainable ecosystem for environmental conservation, it needs like all players to be all hands on deck. So institutions, schools, even the private sector, because for us to be able to inform our operations and decisions when we are getting insights and even skills from such programs, it really helps us to know that we are doing it in the right way and also improve the efficiency at which we are doing. And at the end of the day, the impact is for us all. So as much as we are doing it to protect the people, protect the planet, build an economy, it also creates an environment where each and every one of us thrives. So thank you.
Thank you. Sheila?
Parting shot.
Yeah.
Partnerships for the goals. Let's just continue the partnerships.
Thank you. Prof.
We work together to realize a better country and better world for all of us.
Thank you so much. We want continued collaboration and also network. Because of those networks, I received a book. I met one professor who gave me a present as a book. So continued collaboration. And I also want to thank JQuat for granting me the permission to go. I also want to thank the Italian people for inviting me, and my supervisors, Professor Mberia. I want to thank them because they really helped me. I really worked on my PhD research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think a round of applause for the excellent panelists. This has been very informative. Thank you so much. We would have continued these experiences and this conversation, but because of time, I now want to pass to Professor Giamo so that he can be able to invite the next speaker. Thank you. Oh, the group photo. We have forgotten a quick group photo. Yeah. Photo. For the
Thank you. Thanks so much for all these very interesting suggestions. Also under the pain point of the project, I also suffered actually from losing my receipts. So it's something that we at least we share. You know, I lost some receipts and. All right, so let's go faster on the next session, which is for us very important. It is about the role of ecosystem actors, different perspectives that we want to bring on the table. But first of all, I would like a big clap for introducing Mrs. Adele Cornaia, who is here and representing the Italian Cooperation Officer of Nairobi, and the fantastic work that the director Minidi is doing. So thanks so much, Adele, for your participation. And we asked to Mrs. Cornaia what are the perspectives of the Italian cooperation in the working in the country together with the higher education and civil society organization, and what can be the role of the ecosystem actors and the university together with the Italian cooperation. So thanks again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. So again, distinguished guests, distinguished participants and partners, all protocol observed. So it's a pleasure for me to take part to this roundtable on behalf of Dr. Fabio Miniti, that is our director of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation. And I'm honored to contribute to this discussion of a clear strategic relevance for us. The role of collaboration between higher education institution and civil society organization in advancing sustainable development and international cooperation. So from the perspective of the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation, these collaboration represent a structural pillar of our approach. In a context marked by increasing complexity, interdependence, and evolving development challenges, no single actor can operate effectively in isolation. And a multi-actor approach is therefore essential, bringing together institutions, research, academia, civil society, and local communities in a complementary and coordinated manner. This vision is firmly grounded in the Italian cooperation system, our formally recognized university as key actors of development cooperation alongside public institutions and civil society organizations, thereby promoting an integrative and inclusive model of partnership. In operational terms, this approach translates into initiatives that combine research, capacity development, and field implementation. Within this framework, university contribute scientific knowledge, analytical capacity, and innovation, while civil society organizations ensure proximity to communities, contextual understanding, and ability to intervention. When these actors work together, development became both evidence-based and people-centered. So just allow me to briefly present two examples of our cooperation, what we are doing as Italian Agency for Cooperation here in Kenya. The first concern ICE-funded initiative, Business Incubator Energy Innovation in Kenya, currently in its second phase, realized by Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, and E4Impact, civil society organization, and other partners. I will not get longer because I guess our partners are going to present these, but this is a concrete example of how university and civil society organizations like renewable energy and innovation sector. This initiative has contributed to the incubation and acceleration of more than 500 startups, the development of dedicated infrastructure, and the strengthening of local innovation systems. Secondly, and equally important, our partnership with a strong social dimension. Within the framework of ICE Progetti Promossi, and analytical tools, supporting the systematization of knowledge and the development of scalable methods. Secondly, they contribute to institutional credibility and visibility, facilitating access to broader policy and academic networks. And thirdly, I would say that they offer frameworks for monitoring, evaluating, and critical reflection that is very important to foster development cooperation projects. So this experience has, we said, ITACA project, cooperation among university, but has a stated cooperation between university and civil society organization, highlight, according to me, 3 key elements. The first one is that capacity development but rather to consolidate existing collaboration, as we were discussing this morning, by strengthening coordination, aligning strategic objectives, and investing in durable partnership at local, national, and international levels. In conclusion, advancing sustainable development requires a shift from fragmented approach to integrated partnership. If we want that development to be truly sustainable, we must move from working from community to working with communities, and from working in parallel to work in partnership. So in this regard, I do think that collaboration between university and civil society organization represents a key enable for more effective, inclusive, and innovative sustainable development outcomes. So I hope that the discussion we are going to have will be fruitful, and can we leave this panel with some concrete ideas on how to put a step forward in this collaboration and within international cooperation, Italy, Kenya, but open to other partnership as ITACA project, and I guess the new project is going to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very, very much. I just recall briefly a couple of very important points that Mrs. Cornaya shared with us, which is the importance of systematizing knowledge, through evidence-based approaches, which is really what is at the core of our ITACA and Atlantis approach, and the importance of university in order to enhance policy making, which is something that we need, of course, to work more so that the university can become also places where policies are fueled by, right, are created, and this is very important with this integrated partnership approach that we also try to foster. And let me say that for the Italian cooperation, we are at your service. And of course, you can count on us for the future work of your agency. Now, let's move to our panel. But first of all, I will say we can take a picture also with Mrs. Cornaya, so that then she can go, and then we can do the picture directly with the round table presenters, which I just call here so that we can take the picture. First of all, Sonia Claire from who is Innovation Officer of the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Thanks for being with us. And then let me call also our Director for E4 Impact, David Chiboriot. Welcome. You can already come. And the third speaker is Ernest Kiteki by the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And last but not least, Mercy Kimalat from the Association of Startups and Small Medium Enterprises Enablers of Kenya, ASEC. So we can take a group picture and then we can run this second session.
2, 3.
Yeah, I'm going to say
Okay, so always the tough time for myself because we are now separated from the lunch, right? So before it was the break, now it is the lunch. So it's kind of a challenging rule for a professor. But let's go briefly through our guests, and then I will just maybe make one question to each of you. So that we fuel knowledge with your practical view, practical perspectives on the collaboration with universities, which can come also starting from ITACA to Atlantis ahead. So first of all, to Sonia Claire, Mrs. Claire is a representative of a governmental agency, and we know that Kenya
the value chain, but I think what's relevant here today is our work with academic institutions. So for us to believe universities are the engines of the ecosystem, yeah, because this is where you find your talent, and we are really pushing towards a knowledge-based economy. So the biggest question we had in mind is, what can we do to churn out more ventures from institutions? So rather than having graduates coming out of school with just degrees, how can we have them also come out with businesses? And we really started thinking around how we can make this work. So the first thing we did on our side was to first understand where these institutions are playing at. So we developed a framework, the EIMF, Entrepreneurial Institutions Maturity Framework, which technically assesses where an institution is and what it takes for them to go to the next stage. And in it, we're looking at different constructs. So you have your governance facets, you have leadership, you have talent, you have infrastructure, where they are and where they could be. And then out of this, you get different scoring from like level 1 to level 5, which is a world-class institution. And then we come in to see how we can support that specific institution to go to the next level, move from just being a traditional university to an innovative university, one that has systems in place. So out of this work then, of course, with buy-in from institution leadership, because change generally starts from above, yeah, especially in these institutions. We then had an engagement with, I think, 33 vice chancellors and deputy vice chancellors, just for them to understand what innovation is and how they can support innovations within their institutions. Because if top leadership doesn't understand, then what would be the fate of a first-year student who has a really innovative business? How do they get this kind of support? And then out of that, we've been able to do innovation master plans and strategies for 14 institutions. We have expanded this capacity to 25, just to see how do we create a culture within the institutions where they can innovate themselves, they can stand by their feet, and even the faculty themselves, they have the right skills to support they themselves who are innovating, more patent applications, as well as student innovations in the institutions. So I think those are the two most important ones we've done. And over time, we are seeing this growing, and now we have institutional working groups, because we also understand we might not get the VC every day, but we can get Professor X who works with
innovators or how students are innovating in entrepreneurial class. So how do you get them to create some form of communities of practice where we can quickly brainstorm and have solutions for some of the questions that they're having? So that's what the agency has done. So in terms of lessons and learning so far based on our work, I think first and foremost is we take a top-down approach. So we've seen the changes really happening. Now we are having leadership really pushing their staff to, you need to be innovative in how you deliver your class, how you grade your students, what outputs they're actually using as projects. Let's move from having research on papers and have products created out of them and push them to market, which also ties to our follow-on work, which is a research to commercialization accelerator. How do we graduate more research papers to be viable businesses or products that can be used in the industry as it is right now? So far we've done work with 14 institutions. With this year, we just expanded it to 25, so trying to accommodate more institutions as the need arises. We've also trained around 200 institution working members, just for them to understand what innovation is, and this also ties to our institutional support program. So what we really tell them is, we are not just seeing where you are as an innovation and then telling you, okay, good, go figure it out by yourself. How do we help you as an agency? Because that's our mandate at the end of the day. How can we ensure the institutions are able to create really innovative businesses? And this is all just a system issue. So how do we change the whole value chain? What was the other question?
What are future expectations? We can clap. Yeah, for sure.
So future expectation, I think for us, we are looking at even doing more in the ecosystem. We are expanding the support instruments we have available for institutions of higher learning. So we recently introduced the startup school, which occurs in 2 modules. So it's a founder module, which basically looks at students who we've also sort of formalized and organized them into clubs with the leadership in the institutions. Then we also have the educator module. So the biggest questions we are seeking to solve with the university leadership is, what does the innovator of the 21st century need? So once you get the answer of that, I think it becomes easier to have more relevant solutions. And yeah, in terms of future outlook, I think for us, we also conduct exchanges, cross-cultural exchanges and faculty mobility. So I know for last year we did IIT Madras in India, and I think this is, yes, we have testimonials. Yes, so we did IIT Madras in India because this is one of the really big universities we look at in terms of knowledge economy. Early this year, we did USAF, so universities in South Africa, and we took a couple of VCs as a delegation just to go and see how is the ecosystem working there, what are universities doing, how can we be better? You benchmark, you create fellowship exchanges and opportunities where they can see, the future can be achieved. It's not just something you put in a strategy and then you close it off.
Super interesting. We should talk much more about how we can create this community of practice, right? Because innovations comes, of course, from dialogue, from inter-exchange, exchange of knowledge, exchange of different visions, culture. So this is very, very important on how we can simulate this and bring it down to the startup level. So founders, up to organization and scaling possibilities for this organization. So thanks a lot for sharing these insights. Let's move to the second speaker, David Cheboryot, our director for E4 Impact. As you learned by our CEO Mario Molteni, you already got a sense of what E4 Impact is doing, but behind, of course, the Italian team, there is a super wonderful team here in Kenya. So E4 Impact is active a lot around entrepreneurship, impact entrepreneurship in different sectors, different value chains. So under your perspective, David, what is the value of higher education collaborations between Italy and Kenya, as we started many years ago with Tangaza College and now several other universities which we collaborate with, and also what has been the experience of E4 Impact toward also future developments? Thanks.
Yeah, so thanks for this question. And I think that the value of higher education collaboration between Italy and Kenya, I could say it's of a very high value, just saying that, because I think I am sort of the incarnation of this value. I actually had an opportunity of several years ago, actually, when I finished my undergraduate. I got a scholarship to go and study in Italy. And that time, the prof who was speaking, who is now the CEO of E4 Impact, who was the founder of the business school of the Catholic University of Milan. And his first project was to start a student sort of exchange program where they were giving scholarships for young graduates to go to Italy to study management, come back home and try to change their environment and actually become managers, because it was an MBA on management. And I would say that dream has worked well, at least for me. And I think, Prof, what you spoke about, the language, all that, I had to learn Italian. You couldn't move around, and even to enjoy Italy, which is a very beautiful country. If you don't know the language, it's very hard. So thank God now there's Duolingo and people can learn very, very easily. But I think that, doing the exchange, which is really important, and I think the students who went have seen that big difference of studying in this case, a European context. It's amazing. When I was there, even as a student, even to do exams, you're looking forward to doing exams because it's a competent-based way of training. You know your stuff. It's not about cramming. When I did law at the University of Nairobi, we used to tell ourselves at the end of the exam period, take judicial notice that the life of a student during the exam period is very hard. But if you learn in a different context, and that is why it's important to really learn that way, it works well. You know your stuff and you don't need to cram anything. The guys here, the young guys who are here in this room today, and they're interning with us, right? So sometimes I take them to management meetings. And you're also an intern some years ago, right? And when we go, and these guys, they know a lot of stuff. And they're just 24, 23, and so on. And the first thing, when we go to the meeting, they say, my name is Marco and I'm 23. And then I'm stepping on them on the table, right? Don't mention your age because you know so much. And for a Kenyan, someone who is 22, 23 would not be knowing what you know. So for our meeting to go well, please don't mention your age. But I'm just saying, exchanging and learning a different context of learning and being is very important. And these exchange programs are really fundamental. And I think just bringing a bit of examples and what we've done as E4 Impact. So we have a university alliance that now has more than 30 universities, right? And I would encourage you, if you're a university here and you're not part of E4 Impact University Alliance, please look for me after this meeting, because from that alliance is where these guys pick the universities to collaborate with. And with that alliance, we are actually implementing our MBA program in impact entrepreneurship in about 14 countries. The alliance has more universities, but in about 14 countries, we have an MBA that is very action-oriented. And the good thing with these sort of exchange programs is that your faculty sit together and co-create content. So if you're going to do strategy, you're doing at a Pan-African level, but with a European lens, and you create content for strategy. So any person learning that material is already a globalized person. They've not learned business strategy for Kenya. They've learned for the world. So this kind of exchange programs and co-creating works very well because you really improve the quality of the faculty. And the students subsequently will improve very high quality content. And for us, when we done that and co-created a lot of content with Pan-African faculty, when we had an opportunity and we had a World Bank project, which we just closed last year, which was called Strengthening Kenya Innovation Ecosystem, we actually brought 8 universities. JKUAT was one of them, KU, the main ones, to co-create a training module and teach together. And actually they issued a common certificate for all the students who participated and a single graduation ceremony. And that was amazing. As in, if you meet those faculty or the students who went through such a program, of a co-creation program, it's the results were really great. And I think then what does Africa offer? What does Italy offer? I think Italy offers innovation. We've spoken about it, action orientation, entrepreneurship, because Italy is driven by small and medium-sized enterprises. Here we are saying small and medium-sized enterprises should be driving our economy, should be creating the jobs, because you cannot get jobs in corporate or government and so on, right? And so I think we can learn a lot from Italy in that sense. While on the other side, we have a lot of youth, Kenyan youth, for example, who are looking for jobs. And I think a collaboration we could learn from Italy how to create businesses for all the young people who need the work, right? And that's what we offer. And then the other thing which we're offering, because it's not just this collaboration, it's not for funding the university, but it's creating value that is shared value between, let's say, Italian universities and Kenyan universities. And here now, there's a lot of research in Africa is the next big thing. It has not been researched on. And we can actually offer grounds for research by European professors and our African or Kenya professors, for this matter, to co-create and come up with research, but not research that stays on the shelves, but actually action-oriented. And it's what I've seen. And I think if we would translate a lot of this research, for example, in our case, into business cases and entrepreneurship, we would really have a huge impact. And that's what we, as IFO-Impact, we are very proud about. We say, and our motto is, we don't teach entrepreneurship, right? We train impact entrepreneurs. We train you on how to become an entrepreneur. We don't want to teach you on the concepts and notions of entrepreneurship. But, and we distinguish this thing around training, because we say then training, there's both a science and an art to being, if you want to become an entrepreneur. And you need to get the science, but you need to get the art. So doing that is fundamental. And I think we can learn a lot from the Italians on that, and translate and move to what we are doing. I have seen that universities now have innovation hubs, which are members of ASEC, and she will be speaking next, incubation, acceleration program, and really handholding those students to become the entrepreneurs we want to see. So I would say this is what I've learned and what has worked for us. And we want to create more partnerships with universities. We want to have more SKIES projects. And I think, and some of the faculty who are here from different universities, sometimes they're looking forward to IFO-Impact. I've seen Professor Obiero, he's asking me, hey, what else, what are you doing? What can we do together? And I've met also a lot of faculty asking me the same thing. So we want to create those, co-create those projects which we can co-implement, not as one institution, but really as a collaboration and as a partnership. So this is what I'm looking forward to. I'm also looking forward to a new program we are starting with Open University of Kenya. We want to go online, fully online with our MBA and reach not only Kenyans, but Africans who want to get action-oriented training on how to run businesses. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks for bringing your experience, your view. Just recall the importance of international exposure, something that, of course, I have been exposed in back in time, but also that our students are, enjoying here. So it's a win-win situation where Italians can come here for their thesis, for their internship programs, but also Kenyans can, of course, benefit from international exposure in Italy. And then the value of co-creation, which is something really underlined in our project, in our view, because, of course, also in our programs, we needed to interact, as I said before, with the local ecosystem actors, such as greener cities, the commission. In any program, you need to have different views to come in place, to put in place the program. So I think that is not just the theory that we can get on the book, where professors are much expert, but then also the interconnection with the local realities is where you can, build up new innovative courses. I'll now go to the third speaker, Ernest, Mr. Ernest Kideki. This is very important for us because one of the areas, green economy, and actually it connects with waste management, solar energy, many activities that the Kenya Climate Innovation Center is since several years is doing. I remember I did my thesis on incubators in Kenya back in time, and I was doing an interview also with the visiting the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. So it's great that we are here together. But what is then the most relevant projects or activities that you are running? What are you learning, from this fantastic activity around green economy in different subfields, from energy to waste? And again, also to you, what can be done with universities, right? You are very linked with the Strathmore University, but of course, you are an ecosystem actor. So how do you see this collaboration with the other possible higher education institutions, universities? How we can support you, and what is the future of this? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it has Ms. Ernest Chitechi, and I work with Kenya Climate Innovation Center, which is an innovation hub that supports sustainable development through technology, entrepreneurship, and strategic partnership. And actually, that's the reason that we are here. Our role is to identify budding climate ideas, take them through business incubation, business acceleration, to ensure that they then commercialize and become a successful venture. It's not an easy task. Currently, we focus on entrepreneurship around 5 sectors, looking at renewable energy, looking at agriculture, water, waste management, and commercial forestry. Collaboration with institutions of higher learning is very key to us, because if you look at the services that KCIC offers, while we offer business advisory, we work on policy, we offer information, we also provide access to facility and provide financing to these enterprises. We look at institutions of higher learning as generators of knowledge, and that knowledge then is cycled back to the entrepreneurship. So, for example, if I need to do a study around a new innovation, a lot with an institution of higher learning to just generate that knowledge. We also see institutions of higher learning as generators of this innovation. And I'll give you a very good story. Around 2014, 2015, there we had a donor who gave us some resources to actually go out, talk to various universities, and try and identify research that can then be commercialized. And we failed terribly, because to all the universities that we went to, we were told all those research belong to the university, and they cannot be incubated unless you're incubated. So we told them, you see, you cannot incubate it. We create a vehicle where we can now move the research to market. And I'm glad Kenya picked up that idea. It's currently working with universities. We are on that team to see how you do, and then create commercialization and IP offices that will transform now commercialization of university research. This innovation is actually generating a lot of revenue, because the idea is just how will the university benefit if this venture actually commercializes. So you could have a revenue sharing model with the founder or the innovator, and that way the university still benefits. So a few examples of what we've done with the university. We had a small program where we're trying to see how can we link industry and academia. And through this program, what we did was to identify what are some of the challenges that the enterprises are facing, the ones within our incubation and acceleration process. So once we identified those challenges, we then went to a few universities and told them we have these enterprises. They have the challenge A, B, C, D. Do you have master students that then can be attached to this entrepreneur to work with them for at least a period of like 6 months? The beauty of that program was that the entrepreneur get his problem solved because he has a student who is actually studying that field where the problem is. So if your problem is on marketing, then we identify a marketing master student and attach that student to you. So if your problem is maybe IT, we look for an IT student. If it's on accounting, whether it is finance, we look for a law student. One of the things we learned around that is that as a country, we don't prepare well our students for the market. because you'd find that once they go there, yes, they have the knowledge, but what is actually is very different. So we try to now provide that feedback to the universities to tell them, as you train these graduates, ensure that they have some practical experience from industry, because it's only that way that they will be able to be more marketable. And even your university, because now most employers will be like, students from such and such university, if you employ them, they have a short learning curve before they become very very competent. Then also we are now trying to see how we can scale that. We've now developed a matching platform where then now we can have SMEs posting their challenge, and on one side we have students putting in their profile, and we use that to match the two. Another example that I also want to give, we also run a small program called CleanTech, and this is where then now we do calls for application, but these are very specific to university students. So if you are not a university student, then you don't qualify. We don't target big numbers. We're only looking at least 10 every year, and then we support them through our program. So also what we've learned through that is that there are a lot of innovations actually within our institutions of higher learning. Because when we do this call for application, you are receiving close to 400, 500 applications, and you're only looking for 10. So you can imagine how many others are outside there, but they do not get that type of support. So working with a group like yourself, universities in Kenya, universities in Italy, we can actually now design programs where then we should be able to support at least maybe even 50% of such students, because we've seen great success. And I think David here knows Ecobana. Ecobana, actually, we picked them when they were still students at St. Paul's University. When they came to us, they had a very rudimentary sanitary pad that they were trying to develop from banana waste. So we worked with them when they applied and helped them now refine it, took them to KIRDI, the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, that helped them now refine that. And now they had a good model that they could actually now go out and show that this thing is actually working. They also by E4 Impact, and they actually won one of the prestigious awards thereafter. So it just shows that actually if these students are handheld and they are given proper support systems, we can create more jobs, because I'm sure as a country, we have over 60,000 graduates every year graduating, and I don't think all of them will be employed. So we need to encourage some of them actually to become employers, create jobs, and employ their fellow youths, and that way we'll solve the unemployment problem that we have. So we look forward to collaborating with you, and just to ensure that as a country we promote innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ernest. Great examples of success, in collaborating with universities. Some suggestions I appreciated a lot when you mentioned about commercialization and spin-off. So how universities can fuel new knowledge and patent it, so create really innovative, sustainable, scalable solution, which is something very, very, very relevant. And of course, on the internship side, I think something that also our university is exploring a lot is about creating bridges, so that we actually now have many students visiting E4 Impact, but why not if we can have many master students? I'm teaching at the master class, and students can actually spend a period here. We are already signing an agreement with JHub and JQuat for having some intern visiting in July. So we much look forward also to build on that part, practical steps. All right. So last but not least, we need to keep on time, but Mercy Kimalat she's the lead, the CEO of the Association of Startups and Small Medium Enterprises Enablers of Kenya. You heard about how much is important for us entrepreneurship and also entrepreneurial ecosystems, so how different actors can come together and through interconnections synergies can develop innovation. So what's your point of view from the ASEC perspective, the amount of activity that you're doing running projects, what's the role of ecosystem enabler, and how do you see the way ahead with these possible projects and the launch of Atlantis together with new possible future? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's Friday, yes. But yes, happy to be here. Oh, they're not tired, yeah? Oh, they're hungry. Be hungry for knowledge, yes. Yeah, so happy to be here. I'm representing ASEC, which is the Association for Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. And really for us as an association, we are birthed by that same need. We need to come together. If we come together, we'll go farther than just going fast. And so right now we have more than 200 organizations, what we call entrepreneur support organizations, that are providing training, coaching, mentorship, linkages to markets, linkages to investors. And I'm so happy to have two of my members here, E4 Impact and Kenya Climate Innovation Center, amongst others across all the 47 counties in this wonderful country. And the main mission is to actually leverage entrepreneurship as a key driver to elevate poverty, but at the same time to achieve inclusive socioeconomic development. So for us, our mission is quite critical, and that's why the convening of different actors, even for us as a sector, the innovation and entrepreneurship sector, to be really coordinated well is very important. And what we do as a network is that we do 4 things. One is on policy and advocacy, because you realize you can support the entrepreneur to have the right product, the right positioning, but once they go into the market, they're faced by regulation and compliance challenges. And those are macro factors that cannot be solved in a period of 1 year. Those are continuous advocacy, continuous engagement with government, continuous feeding information into the engine that actually creates policies and laws. And so even for us, we've still been partnering with the Parliament of Kenya, even as they're developing the finance bills and other legislative documents, we are part and parcel of that. And so when you're part of a network, you actually have a voice into how the country is actually being shaped. The second one that we do is on collaboration pillar, where we actually realize that for us as incubators, accelerators, venture studios, investors, we also need to work with other stakeholders, and academia is a critical one. Why? I'll just give my own personal example. So I studied Bachelor's of Business and IT, and just before graduation, one of our professors went and wrote a project to the Clinton Health Foundation, and they got a grant. So from there, the professor came and actually hired more than 20 of us into that project. And that became a soft landing pad into employment. And those are some of the things we're trying to say. How can we support faculty to also be the ones driving change, or even bringing in projects into the university where you have all this amazing talent, you have the resources, you have the infrastructure, and then implement it at a national level? Because the project that we're implementing was around healthcare, and we're actually implementing across, at that time, the provinces, the 7 provinces in Kenya. So that again becomes a critical need of why universities touching more on youth, social, community-driven work is very, very critical. And so alongside that, we also realize that government is a very key player, because even with the universities, they do have to comply with certain regulations. So one thing that we've been doing a lot is roundtables with both government, they call it the triple helix model. So you have government, industry, and academia. And one thing that keeps coming up is that there's a broken linkage somewhere, right? And so when you actually drill down, and I know most universities may not say this, but there are some policies within the university that actually hinder innovation to thrive. One, faculty cannot have a spin-off. It becomes a challenge. And more so even for the students, because everyone has to do a project, right? Before you graduate. You also have a challenge to see how to move that forward. But because for us, we believe in being proactive, what we're trying to do as ASEC is strengthening the university innovation hubs, whereby you as a student, if you already have a working prototype, you can continue to collaborate with your faculty member and then look at how you can work with an industry incubator, whether it's E4 Impact, KCIC, or any other, to now look at the market commercialization. So yes, we are able to come in and even see how we can have conversations around patents, licensing, you know, if it's the fees, etc., so that we can actually still keep the needle moving, even as we solve those systemic regulation and policies within the university, but also aligned to government protocol. The other key pillar that we do is around internationalization, and I'm so happy to be here today. And their goal was, how can we put Kenya as on the map, on the global map, as a destination for talent, investment, and also for technology transfer, because we are actually the gateway for Eastern and Southern Africa. And also, if you're looking at piloting within North Africa and West Africa, those are still things that we are still helping partners to do, but we are the gateway. So how can we do that better? One is, again, going back into developing, for example, the startup bill, which was being drafted in 2018, where we create incentives for different international partners to come in and invest in local startups. And right now, if you're looking at Kenya, we are home to more than 100 international embassies. And I know even Estonia is opening up a new embassy, and many others are coming up because the demand is there. So even the fact that Italy already has more than 60 years cooperation with Kenya, I think is fantastic, and also is a foundational thing that other countries can definitely learn from. The second thing around internationalization is that we've been able to partner with other universities, specifically, it's called, the name is difficult, but it's one based in Estonia. We have one in Sweden, one in Germany, and also in Korea, where we're actually able to bring in their faculty, one for touring of the ecosystem, so get you to understand how the innovation ecosystem works. Because let me tell you, innovation in Kenya specifically is very different from Uganda and very different from America and any other parts. So there's a certain uniqueness that we have, and not only on the product itself, but even the culture that is hard to document, to document. And so we're able to provide this and package it in a way that the innovation hubs can even train more international faculty to see how to embed the, I want to call it the innovativeness when you're coming up with the product. A simple example is I was doing a study on different brands. How many of you know Techno? Right? So fun fact, Techno, if you look at most mobile phones, they are more, the camera quality is more aligned to someone who's more European, right? But when it comes to someone who's of darker orientation or darker skin, the image is not as clear. So what Techno did was literally enhance its software and the entire firmware within the phone to ensure that the phone camera quality captures the African skin properly. What does that mean? It's an international company coming into Kenya. And that is what we tell international partners. If you're looking at Africa as a market, you cannot come and copy and paste. You can come and contextualize or even redesign or reshape it, but don't do it alone. Work with an incubator or accelerator, which is our members, to now help you identify the right business that can be a joint venture or look at acquisition, mergers or acquisitions. And these are some of the things that we are seeing happening now. So even touching to the future of how it looks like, we are seeing global cooperation working. We always say the world is a global village, but now we are seeing the walls becoming thinner, because now we're seeing companies working with local companies to redevelop those kind of products that are addressing the local community challenges, but also have the Africanness attached to it as well. And that is a good thing. One, we're creating jobs, which we desperately need. We need more than 1 million, I think, per month, if I'm not wrong, because the rate of youth population growing, Africa is going to be leading in the next couple of 10 years. So how then can we create jobs at a massive rate? The final pillar that we do is on capacity building, where we actually try to align with international standards and then develop different curriculum, toolkits, templates that we cascade to our members, who now go and train entrepreneurs on the ground. A simple example is Kenya is very big on export of fresh fruits and produce, but now things in the European market are changing, right? So we have the traceability, you have the ESG, which now is going to become mandatory. So what we try to do, and this is why international cooperation is very, very critical, because we have experts from Italy and other countries coming to develop and train our members on this. And the importance of working with a network, you achieve scalability in a very short amount of time. So for example, if you're able to train all the 200 organizations who have minimum 4 employees, you've already trained 1,600 people who have the toolkits that can actually reach more than 5 million SMEs in Kenya. Now, the other thing that also we're realizing within the region is that there's appetite and demand within East Africa. And so that's why even for us, ASEC, yes, we are registered in Kenya, but we're seeing our members scale across the different regions. A simple example is you have E4 Impact in 20 plus countries. You have KCIC that now is moving to 4 East African countries. We have Growth Africa in 5 countries and many others. So what can we do as a network, who's a convener and a catalyst to support other innovation ecosystems across Africa? So one thing that we have done is we've partnered with Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and we are working with their innovation hub on specifically of the aspect of data management and sharing, and then also developing a monitoring and evaluation framework that can help track what a maturity ecosystem looks like. So we have mapped out 6 domains within the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And sorry, I'm taking much of your time, but we've mapped out 6 domains looking at markets, talent, policy, investment, and a few others. And what we're trying to tackle on is the aspect of data. If we can actually start gathering data, and going back to your point about evidence-driven, then it becomes very easy for us, even as ecosystem enablers working with the university, to push certain policies forward. Remember, universities and academia, and then government have a very close relationship. So those are some of the things that we're trying to see, and even catalyze and encourage more universities to join such networks, because when we do that, we are able to collate all the different data, translate that into insights, policy briefs, and many other programmatic documents that even the government can look at in designing different programs for the future. So those are just some of the examples.
And we look forward to also interact beyond Stellenbosch. So,
no, absolutely,
we have
absolutely.
to bring
Yes.
the Italian system into this. But so just to conclude, no, I loved actually what you mentioned also on going farther and not just faster, because it is very important. It's I mean, our qualitative activity at Università Cattolica is really to bring things ahead, and also regarding the copy and paste model, which is something that we want, really to go beyond, because much of the knowledge is Western centric, and it's just built from different places. From people who never seated, in or visited even Nairobi, and they don't know the areas or the beauty. So we much look forward to build, customized programs and according to the needs of all the parties. All right, so we are to one end. I think we can give a big clap to our speakers, right? And also to all of you to resist until this time. I may have Dr. Clifford to conclude. And thanks a lot also on behalf of my colleagues, Domenico, Caterina, Viviana, everyone from the team who really helped us. And thanks everyone again, also to Clifford, my partner in crime, actually. So, for all his job, his patience, proactiveness. So thanks, Clifford. Again.
Thank you, Prof. It has been a long day, and I think we have come to an end. I want to really be grateful to our vice chancellors who've been able to be patient or to listen to these good ideas, that indeed we have young people who can innovate. And how do we create that fertile environment for innovation? And I think one of the speakers has been blunt that probably we have some bottlenecks which we need to unlock in our institutions so that we can be able to progress, so that the young people have a softer landing or a better way of doing things when they get out. Now, I know we're hungry. I'm looking for somebody, Dr. Anderu, somebody who is going to do vote of thanks. And then from me, it has been great. When we wrote the letters, when we wrote these documents, when we were around 15th of January in Italy at freezing temperatures, we made decisions for this and we've seen really a great success. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you so much. I think for me, what I would say is, Marcia, we need to know that we are also members of the ITACA. So yeah, so I think we will allow one of the beneficiaries of this program to give a vote of thanks.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Habari zenu? I don't know Italian. I would have greeted you in Italian, but yeah. So my name is Roxa Nyawira. I am one of the beneficiaries of working with JHub and the ITACA program as well. And all I want to say is anybody who has gone through this program, if they don't do anything with their lives, then it is up to them. Because the type of knowledge that we got in a very small amount of time is a type of knowledge that is life-changing, whether you're in business or you want to become a service provider for other businesses as well. So first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for coming today. You will agree with me that this was such a wonderful program. We've seen people come from far, from Meru, from Laikipia, from other parts of the country. And that is simply to tell you that everybody from wherever they are looking for this information, and you happened to have the privilege to be here today. And I hope that if you don't get everything else from this program, you get the idea that all of us who are seated here are here because one, we appreciate what the Kenyan and the Italian governments are doing in terms of bringing a collaboration between the two countries. And two, that we are here because we love innovation and we love entrepreneurship. And we are looking forward to seeing much, much more businesses cropping up. And there are a lot of people who are in support of what we are doing in the entrepreneurship space and also in education. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you everyone from both Italy and in Kenya. Thank you to all our vice chancellors, some vice chancellors who came and also their representatives. And thank you all distinguished guests and have a great afternoon. Thank you. And I, as an entrepreneur, I have to mention, I am in the digital space, essentially, but especially in the space for innovation and home automation. So if you would like to automate your home, please call me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think now we can move for lunch, as well as take some photos or networking. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I am reminded that we need a prayer. We needed to end the meeting. We started the meeting with a word of prayer. So I think it would be good for us to end it with a word of prayer. And I would request a volunteer for the word of prayer. Yeah, nice. So we have a volunteer and then we can take our photos and such. So
let's pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, I come before you, glorify, magnify your name, saying that you are the one to be worshipped, you are the one to be glorified, my Father. Thank you, Father, for giving us this opportunity to be here, my Father, my Daddy. It is by your grace that we are here, my Lord. As we are going to end this thing, my Jehovah Jireh, I pray that it will be beneficial to all of us, my Father, my Daddy. May it not be taken for granted, my Father, my Daddy. And
And as we are going to eat the food that it is prepared, my Father, may you bless it, and that we pray, trusting and believing in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. So we need a